live.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 4 of the inquiry into the Section 36 application for the Sanquhar 2 wind farm. For the benefit of anyone who has not been present or who has not seen the recordings of previous days, my name is Christopher Warren. I'm a Scottish Government reporter, and I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to conduct this inquiry. Today, we're going to hear evidence from Glasgow Prestwick Airport's 3rd and 4th witnesses. So that's Mr. Kirkland and Mr. Fido. Inquiry session 1 on aviation radar systems will then conclude tomorrow after we've heard the evidence of the airport's final witness, Miss Kilpatrick. So, as I said on Monday morning, I'll not be closing the inquiry until we have completed all inquiry and hearing sessions, which I expect to be on Friday the 22nd of October. So today is being live streamed on the DPA webcast site, and a recording of it will also be available to be viewed there, as with previous and future days' proceedings. Can you all hear me clearly this morning?
Yep.
Excellent.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, before we move on, are there any matters arising that anybody would like to bring to my attention before we start?
Just one question really about the table of probability of detection, which I think Mr. Thompson was going to work on. If that was available, then that would be it would be excellent to see.
Is there any update, Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir, Mr. Thompson is working on that table at the moment. The issue is that the information has to be drawn from different sources. So
Yes.
there's hope that it will be available later this afternoon, if not first thing tomorrow morning.
I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Just to be clear, there's no intention to avoid handing it over here at all. It's being worked on at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. That's helpful. Okay, if there are no other questions or matters that anybody would like to bring to my attention, thank you, Mr. Brown. You can call the first of today's witnesses when you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, sir, and thank you. Yes, my next witness is Mr. Kirkland, who is on screen at the moment. Hello, Mr. Kirkland.
Morning, Mr. Brown.
Now, Mr. Kirkland, what I would like to do is start by asking you to read your recognition, and I'll just ask you to read it in full, and then I'll have some follow-up questions for you.
Okay. My full name is Kel Lambert Kirkland. I'm Director and Principal Consultant at ATSIX Expert Solutions, which specialises in aviation consultancy services. This recognition should be read along with my expert report dated 13th September 21, that's CD 19.05. I am an expert in the field of air traffic control, ATC, having built up 32 years experience in the sector. In addition to my experience in ATC, I've spent over 10 years as a senior consultant, delivering projects to a variety of customers in the UK and overseas. I've worked on radar mitigation projects on behalf of airports, ANSPs and renewable developers. Technical impacts of the Sanquhar 2 proposal. I understand that at least 12 wind turbines in the proposal would be detected by the PSR systems at the airport. The resulting clutter on the controller radar displays, in the absence of any mitigation being introduced, would, in my opinion, lead to an operational impact to the extent that aircraft in the vicinity of the clutter would require to be rerouted around that clutter. Such rerouting would be problematic given the location of the clutter in proximity to the runway 30 final approach area, a highly critical phase of flight. In addition to the impact caused by the clutter, the other degradative effects which the turbines will have on the airspace could lead to additional operational impacts. Operational impacts of the Sanquhar 2 proposal. My assessment of the operational impact is based upon the type of airspace, Class G airspace, within which the proposal is situated, and the unknown traffic environment that is created by that class of airspace. In addition, the operational impact assessment is based upon the position of the proposal in relation to the airport runway 30 final approach track. My opinion is that the proposal will, without mitigation, present a considerable risk to the task of safely and efficiently controlling air traffic within the airspace surrounding the airport in which the airport provides ATS, air traffic services. In addition, the proposal, if not mitigated, would add to a growing aggregative impact on the ability of ATC to operate safely and efficiently in the area in which it provides ATS. I believe that the operational impact to the present and future operation of the airport will require that a mitigation solution be put in place for as long as the impact is present, that is to say, the lifespan of the wind farm in the proposal. Such mitigation will be required not simply for the issue of clutter, but for any of the other impacts which may result from the turbines. Specific operational impacts. These impacts are the ones which are likely or possible to occur as a direct result of the turbines being erected. It should be noted that the impacts from the proposal are adding to an increasing aggregative impact, which will increase the likelihood of a negative impact upon ATC operations. Clutter. It is hoped that the Terma radar system will be able to suppress clutter from the turbines to the extent that no clutter will be present on the radar screens. Assuming Terma can mitigate the clutter, then there should be no operational impact from clutter in the short term. However, that will have to be maintained for the life of the wind farm. From an operational perspective, any PSR system installed in the long term will need to be capable of mitigating very large numbers of turbines, and therefore the capacity of any such system will need to be improved over the existing Terma system. It is clear from the cumulative maps which have been produced of the existing and potential turbines to the southeast of the airport, in CD 1931 to CD 1956, that if mitigation is not maintained for that whole area, the number of turbines will have a dramatic effect on the ability of the airport to provide ATS in that area, and would result in significant delays and operational limitations. From an operational perspective, mitigation would have to be provided for all of the wind farms. There's no point in mitigating only some of them, particularly in the area to the southeast of the airport, since buffer zones which would have to be applied around the areas of clutter could, when aggregated, have the same adverse effect on the use of the airspace as mitigating none of the wind farms. However, as the ATM environment changes, more pressure will be put on the Terma system as the number of primary contacts will increase. This will be due to the increased numbers of turbines, both new and existing rebladed turbines, air traffic increases, and new technologies such as UAV and drone usage. Any increase in capacity which results in overloading the radar processor could lead to a situation in which primary returns are not displayed to the controller. This has an obvious and serious operational impact for safety and for service provision. Shadowing. The extent of shadowing will only be apparent post-construction. Radar coverage flight testing will determine the extent of shadowing. Shadowing can impact upon low-level coverage beyond the turbines. Operationally, this could reduce the ability of controllers to observe and avoid aircraft operating near the edge of controlled airspace, increasing the opportunity for aircraft conflictions. Mr. Parkin's report in 11.1.4 and 11.1.5 details his views on operational scenarios near the proposal. His views do not include the real-life scenarios that a controller would consider as safety issues when low-level coverage is reduced in an operationally significant area. Desensitization. Any reduction in the ability of the radar to detect aircraft will have an obvious operational impact in that controllers will be less able to observe unknown aircraft which present a confliction risk to aircraft receiving a service from ATC at the airport. Track seduction. It will become apparent after construction and radar flight testing the extent of track seduction. Track seduction is highly undesirable for controllers as it corrupts the fundamental basis upon which aircraft positions and therefore separations from other aircraft are based. In the longer term, there will be a large number of UAV and drone vehicles flying within the same airspace as manned aircraft. Until PSR is not necessary, it will be an operational safety requirement to have PSR as the means by which controllers separate aircraft. Track seduction, if present, will have a negative impact on the ability of controllers to safely provide services. False tracks. Similarly to track seduction, this effect is highly undesirable for controllers as it presents misleading information to controllers upon which they will base traffic control decisions. It is a potential ongoing and random distraction which could lead to loss of situational awareness and increase the potential for a controller to miss high priority events such as airspace infringements or level busts. Missing tracks. Mr. Fido refers to the possibility of missing tracks. Any reduction in the update rate of radar returns, tracks, from aircraft are of concern to controllers. Separation between known aircraft and between known aircraft and unknown aircraft relies upon regular and predictable updates of the aircraft position on the radar display. Any significant reduction in the expected radar return rate will increase the risk of not being able to provide timely separation or avoidance between aircraft. This would be a significant reduction in safety assurance for service provision. Instrument landing system. A number of turbines within the proposal will be in line of sight to the radar signals from the radio signals from the instrument landing system, ILS, for runway 30. The ILS system consists of two accurate radio beams which intersect to provide precise guidance to aircraft flying down the final approach path to the runway. In the vertical plane, the signal is known as the glide path, and in the horizontal plane, the localizer. The proposal could impact upon the integrity of the localizer signal. Whilst the required safeguarding assessments indicate that an adverse impact is unlikely, the true impact will only be known after construction of the turbines. It is therefore possible that mitigation may be necessary post-construction. If the total number of wind farms in the vicinity of the airport, including the proposal, have an adverse effect on the ILS, which I understand from Mr. Fido is a possibility, a remedial solution will have to be found. The ILS is an essential part of the CNS at any airport. Instrument flight procedures. The airport has a number of published instrument flight procedures, IFP, for the use of arriving and departing traffic. These procedures are published in the UK Aeronautical Information Publication, UKAIP, CD 19.06. Many of the procedures were updated recently as part of a modernisation process which involved the withdrawal of conventional ground-based beacons and the subsequent necessity to introduce satellite-based procedures. These procedures are used as an alternative to the standard method of giving pilots radar headings. IFPs must be safeguarded against physical objects and obstructions to ensure that aircraft flying the procedures maintain safe margins of separation vertically. CAP 785, CD 13.22, CAP 738, CD 13.23 are the documents which refer to the safeguarding of IFP in the UK. Safeguarding assessment will establish whether any of the turbines in the proposal will negatively impact upon any IFPs and therefore dictate what, if any, mitigation is required. Aeronautical VHF radio station infrastructure. Wind turbines can impact upon many different types of electromagnetic signals, including the VHF, UHF, and microwave signals used in air traffic management infrastructure. They are therefore a vital component of an airport's CNS. An assessment to determine the likely extent and impact of the proposal on the aeronautical radio station infrastructure is therefore required. Such an assessment will determine any impact and necessary mitigation that may be required as an immediate and direct result of the proposal in isolation, and also of the proposal as part of a future aggregated threat.
Mr. Brown, you're muted.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Kirtland. In your report, which you've referred to in your recognition, you have an appendix which sets out your experience. Now, I don't intend to take you to that, but I'm interested to know whether there are any updates to the experience contained in your CV.
So I think the only change is perhaps around some current work I'm involved in, which is important in relation to this inquiry, and that's I'm working on a project around airspace change at Glasgow Airport, which also involves working with Scottish Air Traffic Control Centre in relation to airspace change in the entire Scottish TMA, the terminal manoeuvring area, which is the upper airspace in Scotland. And that's under the auspices of the airspace modernisation strategy.
Thank you very much. Now, we have, in the context of this inquiry, touched upon the concept of safety in the air being paramount. From an operational perspective, what does that mean in practice?
So, well, that's a huge topic. So safety in the air being paramount, it really is. For aviation, in aviation terms, it really means how the industry manages risk operationally and technically. So aviation is a very proactive industry, perhaps the most, probably the most proactive in terms of safety. It looks at real world risk, it looks at theoretical risk, it looks at possible risk, it does analysis. It's a proactive process which through time effectively has already looked at most of the large, medium and small risks. So actually now it's a task which focuses on the smaller risks. So it's almost a forensic process of identifying and forecasting what the present and future risks are to the operation, and mitigating those, and strategizing the management of the risk. So it's a process which is it's very detailed, and it's kind of best way to put it is that it's how we as an industry look at all the individual risks and how we put those together to formulate strategies for mitigating how those small risks could come together to create larger risks. I think the best way to sum it up is probably to say that safety doesn't manage itself. People have to proactively get involved in safety work and to dig out the risks and chase them down. So it's a proactive process, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I would like to take you back to your recognition. And could I take you to paragraph 12, please?
Okay.
And you've made the point there is no point in mitigating only some of the, well, first of all, let me take the first sentence. You say from an operational perspective, mitigation would have to be provided for all of the wind farms.
Yeah.
Just clarify, if you would please, what you mean there, mitigation for all of the wind farms.
Well, first and foremost, it's mitigating the visible turbines.
Okay.
Rather than all the turbines, yeah.
So your recognition should be read with that in mind, that what you're referring to here is the visible turbines rather than the wind farms.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And you continue by saying there's no point in mitigating only some of them, particularly in the area to the southeast of the airport, since buffer zones which would have to be applied around the areas of clutter could, when aggregated, have the same adverse effect on the use of the airspace as mitigating none of the, and I assume rather than the wind farms, you again mean visible turbines.
That's correct, yeah.
Could you help the inquiry by explaining what you actually mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that is the impact of visible turbines, if not mitigated, is to produce clutter on the screen. So if you have a small number of developments in a line or in a particular region, it doesn't take many of those to create a significant operational impact, i.e. controllers will avoid those areas of clutter. And because they would normally avoid them by approximately 3 nautical miles, it doesn't take many developments to effectively create a wall or an area that is a no-go area. So if we were to look at all the developments in that we saw, I think, yesterday in the map, actually it only takes a small number of those developments to create the significant impact of blocking off that large piece of airspace.
Well, that being the case, Mr. Kirtland, would it be helpful to you, for the purpose of this explanation, to bring up the cumulative map?
Yeah. I don't know the reference for that. I think Mr. Thompson was going to.
It's CD reference 1950. And Callum, would it be possible for Mr. Thompson to share the screen at this point?
I'm happy for the screen to be shared, Mr. Brown, if that's...
Yes, sorry, sir, I'm getting ahead of myself. I should have sought that first. My apologies.
No, you're fine. No problem. I actually thought you asked me, but anyway, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, and what the cumulative map is actually CD 1950. The cumulative map is CD 1950. Sorry, sir, this has been operated remotely for Mr. Kirkland. It's CD 1950. Well, I think when Mr. Thompson gave his evidence yesterday, he actually managed to generate the equivalent of CD 1950, which is the cumulative impact map with a 3 nautical mile buffer zone around it.
Yeah, I think it was layers 1 to 4, wasn't it?
I think it was to 5.
Was it all 5? Sorry, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's the same as the picture, isn't it?
Yes, I think Mr. Thompson identified yesterday that this is the all layers map.
Okay.
Which is CD 1950. Sir, given that we've gone straight to the interactive map, I should clarify that we're looking at CD 1931. All right, Mr. Kirkland, does that help with your explanation?
Yeah, yeah. So there you see what we saw yesterday, which is a number of wind farms. You see the turbines in the middle, and then you see a 3 nautical mile buffer, which is the kind of yellow or orange line around each wind farm, and those are 3 nautical miles from the perimeter of the visible turbines, effectively the perimeter of the turbines that produce clutter. So what you see there actually is most of or many of the 3 nautical mile buffers overlap. So controllers, in order to assure safety, if unmitigated, would avoid the areas of clutter. So that creates, to the southeast of the airport, a fairly large area which would need to be avoided. And actually, what I was trying to get at was if Mr. Thompson could take away layers 5, 4, and 3, for example, that still leaves. Yeah, so that leaves a small number of developments, which are, I think, those constructed and those under construction or approved. I can't remember exactly. Those few developments there create effectively a wall or a no-go area to the southeast of the airport, and that's only a fairly small number of developments. So that was the point I was getting at. It was really around the fact that additional turbines beyond those 5 or 6 developments really don't make any difference to the operational impact. You know, we're already at the point where that impact is there.
Yeah, and just to be clear about this, if mitigation is provided for some but not for all, let's say all of these turbines we see here on this screen and being constructed are mitigated, and then the new wind turbines that appear without mitigation, what are you saying the effect of that is?
Well, yeah. This is why I was saying you need to mitigate them all, because it only takes a small number of unmitigated developments to create this issue, and therefore you really need to have a mitigation strategy in place which mitigates all the visible turbines in that region.
Thank you very much. Now, what are the operational impacts? Just to be clear about this, what are the operational impacts?
Well, again, if the clutter is visible, in order to assure safety, controllers will avoid that. That's fairly standard practice now, and that relates particularly in uncontrolled airspace, where it's an unknown environment, i.e., you're more likely to encounter aircraft which are not known to the controller. So you're controlling aircraft as a controller in an area which you're highly likely to encounter other aircraft which are not known to you, not talking to you as a controller, and they're entitled to fly in that airspace. So you need to see those aircraft on your PSR system in order to avoid them. And of course, if they're in an area of clutter, as I think we saw on the videos yesterday, the clutter looks very like aircraft. You know, you can't tell them apart, and therefore it's not unlikely that aircraft could be hidden behind the clutter, and therefore controllers will take action to turn the aircraft under their control to keep clear of those areas. And the reason there's a 3-mile buffer is because that gives the controller a good opportunity to to see and detect unknown aircraft emerging from that clutter, and therefore being able to provide in sufficient time a heading to aircraft under their control to keep it well clear. So that's why we have the 3-mile buffer area.
Okay, thank you. Can I take you back to your, we can stop sharing the screen now, please? Thank you. If I can take you back to paragraph 14 of your recognition, please. You talk about the concept of shadowing, and you refer to Mr. Parkinson's report at paragraphs 11.1.4 and 11.1.5. And you say that he provides his views on operational scenarios near the proposal, but you go on to say his views do not include the real-life scenarios that a controller would consider as safety issues when low-level coverage is reduced in an operationally significant area. Could you expand upon that, please?
Sure. So the impact of shadowing is effectively to reduce the capability of the radar to see and display aircraft at lower levels. Effectively, it raises the base of coverage in specific areas. And that's important, as Mr. Parkinson points out. He mentions a scenario with aircraft popping up on the radar display, and that's correct. But I think the impact operationally to controllers at the airport in detail needs to look at the traffic patterns, the type of aircraft, and the operations that take place in that airspace. And the risks that present are around the risk of unknown aircraft or undetected aircraft appearing in proximity to aircraft under control, because this is Class G airspace. So the operational scenario I'm thinking about is perhaps something like a controller controlling an aircraft inbound to the airport, an unknown aircraft in proximity to it, probably at a lower level, but perhaps climbing up into that airspace as it's allowed to do. And effectively, it's a matter of how late the controller gets to see and detect that is, first of all, it's an aircraft, and B, that it's potentially in conflict with it. Another scenario could be that you often get, I would say, aircraft operating in proximity to the controlled airspace of the airport, unknown to the controller. And sometimes, for various reasons, navigational errors or whatever, aircraft do infringe controlled airspace, and the controllers are, as part of their normal regular scan, are looking for unusual traffic movements or whatever, and they will often concentrate and focus on areas near controlled airspace to identify unknown aircraft which may be about to infringe that airspace. So those are the types of scenarios I'm talking about, and those are the ones where shadowing and decreased low-level coverage can create operational and safety issues.
Now, thank you. In that answer, Mr. Kirtland, you referred to controlled airspace and uncontrolled airspace, and controlling aircraft and uncontrolled airspace. What sort of control would be offered in uncontrolled airspace? What are you referring to there?
Well, in uncontrolled airspace, there are a number of types of service the controller can offer and pilots can request. And those are things like basic service, traffic service, deconfliction service. So there are different levels of service provision depending on what a pilot requests, what a controller is prepared to give. So as you can probably imagine from those titles, things like a deconfliction service is quite a high level of a service which requires the controller to see and to ensure that aircraft under their control avoid other aircraft. A basic service is a very simple service, traffic service a level above that. So it's a range of different services that a controller can provide in uncontrolled airspace.
Okay, thank you very much. In paragraph 16, you refer to track seduction, and in the second sentence you say track seduction is highly undesirable for controllers as it corrupts the fundamental basis upon which aircraft positions, and therefore separations from other aircraft are based. Again, could you help the inquiry by explaining what you mean by that?
Sure. So track seduction is an impact that turbines on a primary radar can lead to fooling the radar, if you like, into thinking that a return from the turbine is actually an aircraft. And as the radar processing builds up the continuous tracking of an aircraft, it can actually be fooled into thinking that another non-aircraft return is actually part of that aircraft return, if you like. So effectively, it can lead to a misleading position report of the aircraft, and that's pretty fundamental in controlling terms for knowing the position of an aircraft in relation to other aircraft.
And this concept of separations between aircraft, which you referred to, what does that mean?
So when providing a service using a radar, normally the controller will be providing that aircraft with what's known as a radar separation, i.e. A minimum distance that's required to be maintained between aircraft under control and potentially not under control. So in normal circumstances at an airport, it's fairly normal to have for example, a 3 nautical mile radar separation, and that would require controllers at all times to keep laterally to keep aircraft 3 nautical miles minimum apart. In other scenarios and environments, it's 5 nautical miles, and a number of factors affect what the distance is, but the fact is it's a prescribed and defined distance.
And what does the air traffic controller rely upon when maintaining those separations?
So the fundamental position of the aircraft is defined by the PSR normally. And I think you'll remember yesterday when Mr. Thompson showed some I think it was Mr. Smith showed some videos. So the radar returns, for example, from the 511 radar were more kind of blobs than position symbols, and then from the Terma it was position symbols. The key thing is that the position of the aircraft is normally taken to be the center of the PSR return. So it's based on the PSR return as displayed on the radar. And that's important because in some radar systems, the PSR return is actually quite large. So that's why we take the center of it.
Okay, thank you. Now, in paragraph 18 of your recognition, right at the end of that paragraph, you refer to airspace infringements or level busts. Could you explain, please, what both of those mean?
So an airspace infringement, in simple terms, means an aircraft is in controlled airspace without a clearance. And these happen from time to time. Every airport suffers from them, some more than others. Often it's a light aircraft or a microlight or glider or whatever. And it's usually as a result of a navigation error. Sometimes it's, I guess, a lack of awareness, situational awareness, for whatever reason. Sometimes pilots find themselves flying inside controlled airspace without a clearance, and that's for obvious reasons. That's a very safety critical event. A level bust is when a pilot descends or climbs the aircraft to a level that is not one allocated. For example, if the pilot was instructed to descend to 3,000 feet and descended below 3,000 feet, that would be classed as a level bust. And that has clear implications for safety and separation between aircraft.
Thank you very much. In paragraph 19, you refer to missing tracks, and you conclude that paragraph by saying this would be a significant reduction in safety assurance for service provision.
Yeah.
Again, could you explain what you mean by that?
Well, if the primary radar system, normally it will be rotating at, for example, 15 RPM. So every 4 seconds, the plot would update. So the track would be a continuous one. Every 4 seconds, a new plot would appear on the display. So if some of those were missing, there's the potential for, first of all, for the track to be dropped because the radar thinks that aircraft's gone, as it would when it went below coverage. But if it's missing 1 or 2 tracks, you might not lose, sorry, 1 or 2 plots, you might not lose the actual track. But what you would do is effectively the aircraft position would be frozen on the screen. So the actual real position of the aircraft would not be as indicated on the screen, it would be somewhere else. And that's obviously significant for aircraft that are moving at fast speeds because it will be further away from where it was last displayed.
To help give some context to that last comment you made there about how far aircraft can travel, could you give us a few examples of how far an aircraft might travel in the space of a missed update?
Okay, so let me try and work this one out. So if it's updating every 4 seconds, we normally work in miles per minute. So a reasonable speed for an aircraft operating at the levels around the airport would be maybe 240 knots, so 4 miles a minute. So that's a mile every 15 seconds. So I guess 4 seconds between radar returns roughly. So it's probably about what's that, quarter of a mile every 4 seconds.
Yeah, and say smaller aircraft, how far might they travel in that time?
So yeah, you're probably looking at 120 knots or 180. So that's 2 miles a minute or 3 miles a minute. So that would be proportionately less. But of course, that's per plot. So if you miss 2 returns, obviously that's 8 seconds worth of travel.
Yes. Thank you. In paragraph 21, you cover instrument flight procedures. Can you just help the inquiry by explaining what that concept is?
So instrument flight procedures are published routes, if you like, in and out of airports. Commonly, often known, the departure routes are known as SIDs, Standard Instrument Departures, or STARS, Standard Arrival Routes. Predominantly, they are the means by which aircraft fly in and out of airports. More out than in, they tend to be used as for standardized departures rather than inbound so much. And what they are a collection of waypoints, routes, levels, speeds. It's a sort of 3-dimensional profile, if you like, for an aircraft to fly. It will be embedded within the aircraft's autopilot, its flight management system, and a particular departure. It's almost like a shorthand for a clearance for the aircraft. So it will enter that in the flight management system, and it will fly that profile. So the controller will not need to give headings or levels or speeds to the aircraft.
And if there's an adverse impact on an IFP, what effect does that have?
Well, I think in worst case, because we're operating at fairly low levels, the most obvious one is terrain or obstacle clearance, and that's the big potential impact from a safety perspective. So if there's an object which infringes upon an instrument flight procedure, clearly that's a matter of extreme importance from a safety perspective.
Thank you. Now, in paragraph 23, you deal with aeronautical VHF radio station infrastructure. Could you help the inquiry just by explaining what role that plays?
Well, it's probably fairly obvious that in order to speak to pilots and vice versa, controllers need to use radios, and VHF is the standard sort of short, medium range method of communicating. So that's used to pass instructions and information to and from aircraft, and it's normally on VHF, and it's normally AM. So it is potentially subject to the same impacts that your AM radio, if anyone still uses those instead of DAB, it's still subject to those same interference possibilities.
And if there's an adverse impact on that, what does that mean in an operational sense?
It comes down to obviously the ability for controllers to reliably speak to and hear from aircraft, and that's one of the most fundamental tools that the air traffic system has, is the ability to clearly communicate.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Kirkland, I'd like to take you to the table of cost and risk.
Yeah.
Which is CD reference number CD19-76.
Okay.
And yesterday when Mr. Thompson was giving evidence, he mentioned your involvement in the preparation of this document. Can I ask you to explain what your input was?
Okay, so looking at the front page of that, there's different columns there. So my main input was around the operational element, some of the policy and regulatory elements, and some of the risk elements too.
All right, so you were feeding into that. And drawing
Yeah.
upon your experience when it comes to considering these types of issues for an airport, what expertise would you expect the airport to call upon?
Well, a pretty wide-ranging one. So, if you want to know what are the technical, operational, and from that the business risks, then you need to have a wide range of expertise feeding into that. So for this table, for example, the input was from operational air traffic controllers at the airport, from wider range of expertise in the ATM world, like myself, engineering and systems input, input from forecasting, and so, for example, the industry domain expertise, particularly when you're looking at a 40-year time frame, and that's a very long time in an industry that is rapidly changing. So for this table and some of the risks that need to be in here, we looked at the developing unmanned vehicle industry. I mean, that is just so fast moving, and the implications of it are so large. So we looked at domain industry experts about what the future could look like there. So using that as an example, we have to look at the trials that are happening today and where they could lead to in 10 years and 20 years and 30 years. And that gets difficult, but the expertise is out there to make the best forecast we can. So what I'm saying is we used experts in each individual field to dig really deep, to just look at the present day risks are relatively easy to examine, and in some cases to quantify. And the further out you go, of course, you need to use the expertise to try and to winkle out what the actual risks could be. You might not be able to quantify them, but you can certainly identify them. So I guess my short answer is a wide range of expertise.
Yes, and you mentioned that you're looking forward in that process, and of course one of the things which the inquiry has already had evidence on is the renewal of TERMA. That's a forward event. What role does that play in this sort of analysis?
So that's hugely significant, because in the short term, I think we all agree and hope that TERMA will provide the mitigation against the clutter, and that's a massive step forward. That's a huge thing. We also need to look, of course, at the effects that TERMA can't mitigate, and that's hugely important too. But you talked about the TERMA replacement. That's a fundamental sort of crossroads, if you like. That's 15 years, let's say, down the line. And the reason that's so important is that the environment is changing so much and so rapidly that, yes, it's probably fair to say that there will be some sort of wind farm tolerant, whatever that is, radar available in the future. But actually, the issue around that is, on a number of fronts, is the technology may be there to mitigate the clutter, but will it mitigate the other effects? We don't know. The technology may be good at mitigating the wind farms, but when we're doing this forecasting, we need to look at the changing environment. So 15 years time, I don't know, but I can see from the research and the domain experts that we've consulted, UAVs are going to be a massive part of the airspace environment in 15 years time. So when we look at that, we can't just throw our hands up and say, well, that's a difficult one. The radar will probably cope. We actually have to look at the environment that radar has to be purchased to operate in. And actually, you reach a bit of a crossroads there, because on the one hand, it has to be wind farm tolerant as much as possible. On the other hand, it has to satisfy the airport's operational requirements, which relate to this new environment of how do we integrate hundreds, perhaps even thousands of UAVs into the airspace system. What role does PSR play in the day-to-day operation and the emergency scenarios that new environment presents? How does So what I'm saying is you might end up with a divergence of requirements. One side is wind farm tolerance, the other is actually being able to cope with this new future environment of the ATM world of the future, where we have to integrate and manage UAVs and other vehicles. So I think from a risk perspective, it's not so much about the technology per se for wind farm mitigation, it's about the solution that works for the new environment as a whole. And that's where we see the risks for the airport. And clearly that's a business risk as well as a technical risk.
All right, thank you. Now, in the context of this particular proposal, what other factor had to be taken into account in the approach to preparing the table of cost and risk?
Not quite sure what you're asking me there. What other factors?
Yes, what other factors were relevant to the consideration of the proposal in this particular case?
Well, in terms of the risks, you mean?
Yes.
So I think the main thing was trying to see around the cumulative effect, not just of the turbines, but of the effect that the turbines has. So what I'm trying to get at here is it's easy enough to identify individual risks. So we could say there's a risk around shadowing, there's a risk around track seduction, etc. We've looked at all those risks individually, and we believe that they're perfectly valid risks that need to be kept and examined and monitored and perhaps even mitigated. But actually, it's when you do this type of future-looking risk exercise, you need to look at those risks in combination. So you may have lots of small individual risks, but what you have to do this properly is really look at how those work in combination, how those could conspire with each other to produce new risks, and so it's like a cumulative risk effect rather than a cumulative turbine effect, if you get what I'm saying. So it's trying to dig really deep into the risks in a holistic way rather than an individual way, and that's what we tried to do with this. And on that issue of the cumulative turbine effect, where would you look for authority for that being a valid approach to take to consideration of a proposal? I think it's widely accepted. I think the CA guidance obviously mentions that. CAP 764, is it? Yes. Would you like to look at? Yeah, I can't remember the reference. I know for some reason I know it's the page number 30. I can't remember the exact paragraph number. The CD reference is 13.2. Okay. Hold on, I'll just get it up here. It's a core document, isn't it? Yes, it is core document 13.2. Oh yeah, got it. Okay, right. I've had you reference page 30, I think. I think it was, yeah. Right. Here we go. Yeah. So it's 2.46. Yes. It's around the cumulative effect. So that says small numbers of wind turbines can have an adverse effect on aviation operations. It's the proliferation of development and the resulting cumulative effect that is of far more significant concern. So that's absolutely right. And I think it's important that it's not talking about clutter, it's talking about all the effects. And this was kind of where, when you're looking so far ahead, you can't just look at clutter and stop there. You have to look at all the other effects in combination. And the nature of cumulative effects is that from a risk management perspective, they might appear quite small or insignificant, but of course they grow, and it's quite an insidious effect. So that's why you can't just leave it until they appear. That's just not the way that aviation manages safety. You have to try and cut these things off before they become too big. So the cumulative effect, I believe, is the most important one when you're looking forward beyond the mitigation of clutter. And you said it's not just about the clutter earlier on, but where else would you find guidance on the considerations which have to be taken into account so far as the CNS is concerned, or the communication and navigation equipment? Well, I mean, there's all the safeguarding requirements for all the different types of CNS equipment. I think the unit safety case. There's so many areas which requires an airport to continually assess and effectively to prove that their safety assurance, that all those different documents, I think many of which were referred to yesterday, they all put an onus on the airport and the NSP to continually monitor and consider the risks. But actually, it's a standard process for a business, isn't it? It's a identification of present day and future risk exercise, which is for aviation and for ATC, of course, is much more, as I said, forensic and detailed process.
Okay, thank you. Now, can I check with you, Mr. Kirkland, whether you heard my cross-examination of Mr. Parkinson on Monday regarding the table of costs and risks?
Yeah, I did. I heard most of it, I think.
Well, did you hear most of it or all of it?
I think I heard all of it. Yeah.
Okay. And in light of that, of Mr. Parkinson's comments on the table of costs and risks, to what extent have you changed your views on the issues which are disclosed in the table of costs and risks?
My views are that those are all perfectly valid. I've not changed my view at all.
All right, thank you. Just one last question for you, Mr. Kirkland. Is there anything else which you consider should be put before the inquiry at this point?
I guess the only thing I want to get across here is, the risks we're talking about here in the future. This is from an aviation safety perspective. This is in our DNA. This is what we do, and this is so important that you can't just dismiss them. We're not saying these risks are all going to come to fruition, but identification and knowledge of them is absolutely fundamental to how aviation works, and therefore the concept of none of these risks being valid is just alien to me. I don't understand that at all, because this is normal practice for aviation, and that's why it's so safe.
And having identified a risk, how would the aviation sector react to that?
Well, it's, we're not scared of risks. We actually go after them. We try and dig them out, because that's where safety comes from. It doesn't just happen. People make it happen by looking for the risks and Mr. Parkinson talks about speculation, and he dismisses the risks on the basis that it's speculation. It's quite the opposite. We have to speculate. In a 40-year time frame, we have to look at all the what-if scenarios, and we've done all the big stuff. So what is left is the small stuff, and that's where the danger lies. Is all these small risks. So, as far as I'm concerned, this table will only ever get bigger. It'll be a living document, and the risks will be managed. But you can't manage them if you don't look for them and find them and identify them. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirkland. I've got no further questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Kirkland. Mr. Hardy, do you have any documents you would like us to have available before you start your cross-examination?
Thank you very much, sir. No, I don't. I'm going to be very short with Mr. Kirkland.
Okay, thank you. When you're ready, thank you, Mr. Hardy.
Very much, Mr. Kirkland. I'm afraid I don't understand the relevance of your evidence, Mr. Kirkland, to this extent. You're aware, you heard the evidence yesterday, and the airport's position, which is agreed by the applicant, is that Terma is going to be in operation by the end of Q1 2022. You heard that?
Yeah.
So to that extent, all the evidence that you give about the position pertaining with the Marconi system is irrelevant, isn't it, to the decision-making process in this inquiry?
No, I don't think it's irrelevant. I think clearly the Marconi will go out of service at some point, but the Marconi gives us an indication of what the clutter looks like on the screen, but therefore it's relevant to the inquiry. Well,
it isn't for this reason. The clutter won't be there when the Terma is in operation. So the agreed position between the airport and the claimant is that when this wind farm is constructed and operational, it will be the environment which is controlled by an X-band 2D coherent radar, which is the Terma system, as opposed to a 40-year-old Marconi analog system. So it's irrelevant, isn't it, Mr. Kirkland?
No, what we're saying is that the environment will have the Terma system for 15 years. And
No,
therefore
that's not my question, Mr. Kirkland. You've taken up half an hour of inquiry time, and indeed we sat through Mr. Smith showing us screenshots from radar screens of a system that won't be in operation when this wind farm is in service. Please explain to me how that helps the reporter.
Well, I think it gives the reporter a visual explanation of a lot of the words that have been used here, a lot of the concepts and equipment and stuff that we're talking about. So I think
it's not an answer, Mr. Kirkland, is it? Because what we're looking at is the impacts of this wind farm on the operations at the airport. And therefore, what the reporter needs to understand is what those impacts are. And those impacts will be in the environment which is governed by a Terma. So none of the clutter, none of the screenshots that you have taken up my time and the inquiry time with this morning are relevant to that process, are they? They just won't be there.
Well, they might not be there for 15 years because the Terma will probably mitigate the clutter. But it's important to know what the environment will be like if that Terma cannot be replaced with suitable equipment.
So your evidence then is the relevance of those screenshots is that it's not for now, but it might be there in 15 years' time. Is that seriously your case?
No, that's not the whole case. That's a very simplified version of it. What I'm saying is that there is a risk. There are many future risks which are not just clutter related. There are many future risks that will be there when the Terma is in service, and there are in particular many risks that will are relevant to the 15-year time period when the Terma is replaced.
Wasn't the question I asked though, Mr. Kirkland. As you know, all of the evidence, the screenshots, the description of potential impacts on an analog radar system, all of that stuff, that is irrelevant to the environment where a Terma, it is agreed, will be in service by the end of Q1 2022. I'll leave it there because it's patently obvious and I make my submissions on it, but I'll just give you one more chance to answer.
Well, I think there is relevance to it in building up an entire picture for the reporter of the environment that the airport is working in now and to show what the environment could be like in the future.
All right, well, I've put my question. It'll be submissions then. In terms of your involvement, Mr. Kirkland, when were you asked to help the airport?
Can't give you an exact date, but it was in the last over the last few months, maybe 3-4 months.
So we heard from Mr. Thompson, of course, he's the MATS at the airport, that he was the principal driver for objection. We heard yesterday that he was the man who was ultimately in charge and said that there'll be an objection, and then the commercial part of the airport got involved later on. Your involvement came after that indication of an objection, did it?
So yeah, I think so, yeah. I mean, I presume the objection went in a long time ago, didn't it? I don't know the exact date.
Well, it's important, you see. I want to understand whether or not you had any substantive input into the airport formulating an objection, or whether you are here as a consultant who said, look, do you feel able to support an objection which has already been put in? You can see the difference.
I can, yeah. I wasn't part of the objection process.
Not part of the objection process. You also heard Mr. Thompson, of course, who is the person in charge, say in response yesterday to questions from me and from the reporter that the 60,000 there or abouts, give or take, would be sufficient to pay for the 3 mitigation actions that would enable him to remove the GPA objection. You heard that?
Yep.
Yeah. So the MATS at the airport is saying, so far as this scheme is concerned, 60K will do the job. There's no further objection. You understand that?
I don't think that's correct, but yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Well, what don't you understand is correct. Obviously, that is the evidence that is before this inquiry. And I'll repeat it, that it was from the reporter's questions yesterday that 60,000 there or thereabouts in that ballpark, I think were the phrases used. sufficient to pay for the 3 mitigation steps which have been put forward by the applicant, and if that was that money and those steps, that would be sufficient to enable him to withdraw GPA's objection. That is the evidence, Mr. Kirkland. So what don't you accept about it?
So what I think that means is, and again, I don't have the flow chart available. The process of dropping the objection, I believe, is predicated on a wind farm agreement. So yes, the technical tasks, if you like, the radar flight testing, whatever the other ones were, the 60,000 covered those, and the objection is dropped on the basis that a wind farm agreement is then in place for whatever is agreed to mitigate for the lifetime of the development. I think that's how the process works.
Yes, absolutely, and that's where we may be heading into a cost claim territory, because the planning matter is whether or not the impacts of this scheme are satisfactorily resolved, and you've just accepted, I think, in your answer that they are. But what you say is that the airport won't drop its objection unless a wind farm mitigation agreement is entered into, and as we know, no NDA, no wind farm agreement, and there's a debate going on there. So it's a commercial only objection at that point, isn't it? It's the simple fact that the airport won't withdraw its objection because the developer chooses not to enter into a WMA.
Sir, I hesitate to interrupt, but
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kirkland has come here as an expert in operational matters, and now Mr. Hardy is putting questions about commercial issues to him which are beyond his remit. The commercial director from the airport will be here tomorrow, and if Mr. Hardy has questions in that area, they're best addressed by the commercial director rather than Mr. Kirkland.
I think the question was fairly put, Mr. Brown. I think if Mr. Kirkland's unable to answer a question, he'll tell us that. So, Mr. Hardy, please.
Thank you very much. I would like an answer to that, Mr. Kirkland. You see, it's the operational, the impacts of it's now an agreed position will be dealt with by payment of £60,000. What you're talking about, the flow chart that you've created, is simply a commercial leverage point, isn't it? That the airport won't withdraw its objection unless a commercial agreement it wants is entered into.
So from my perspective, it's quite clear that there's, from an operational perspective, the £60,000 tasks were to enable the airport to discover some key elements which allows the process to continue. The radar flight checking.
I don't understand that. Are you taking issue with Mr. Thompson, who's the MATS? You're obviously just a consultant paid by the airport, but the MATS at the airport said that would be sufficient to enable him to withdraw GPA's objection. Do you disagree with him?
So I think it's semantics here. The withdrawing of the objection, it doesn't stop there. It allows the process to continue, but some sort of agreement has to be in place to enable mitigation for the clutter and for the other impacts, operational impacts, and the risks throughout the life of the development.
You're confusing matters, Mr. Kirkland, I'm afraid. I'm going to be quite firm on this. That mitigation will resolve, according to Mr. Thompson, who's the MATS, enable the GPA to remove an objection based on operational impact. Okay, that is TERMA, that is optimization, that's what's required to make this safe. What you're talking about are some future matters, risks, the table of risks and costs that you identify, and what you're saying is the airport won't withdraw its objection until a commercial secret agreement is entered into. That's the long and short of it, isn't it?
No, it's quite simple. That you can't just disregard all these other these operational impacts.
None of those are referable to this wind farm, are they? Because I don't know how. I've read your CV and I've read your report carefully. I'm not sure what experience you have of planning matters, but mitigation has to be is there to make something which would otherwise be unacceptable acceptable. It is not there for any other purpose, is it, Mr. Kirkland? So it's not a nice to have. It's not some sort of war chest. It's not some sort of future hedging for the airport.
Yeah, mitigation on its own solves a particular problem. In this case, clutter.
Thank you. So everything else beyond that then is in the category of not something that the planning law can impose, or certainly can't fix that on the applicant.
Not my area of expertise, but I would say no to that. I think it's highly relevant.
And I'll make my submissions, Mr. Kirk, clear you don't know, and that's fair enough. Let me just have a look at my notes. IFP, I think we dealt with yesterday. There's a report coming. ILS, you say, well, you've got Mr. Parkinson's view, clearly not going to be impacted. And you say to Mr. Fido, same with VHS. That's all I want to ask you, Mr. Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Mr. Kirkland, if you can just give me a couple of moments just to review my questions, please. I'll see if I've got any that I still need to ask.
No problem.
Thank you. I suppose something it would be helpful to clarify is, do you have any concerns in terms of the proposal itself?
Yep.
And the mitigation steps that are proposed to address the impacts that have been identified from Sanquhar 2 wind farm? Do you have any concerns that there could be residual effects that could cause a significant effect upon the operations of Glasgow Prestwick Airport?
I do, yes, definitely.
So could you just clarify what they are, please?
Okay, so I think we're all agreed that the clutter will probably be mitigated to a reasonable standard by the term, or a good standard by the term. I think that's what everyone wants. My area of concerns, again, are around the shadowing and all those other effects. And I think the point I want to make about those is that those are minimized by the applicant on the basis of a single report, which really doesn't go into the level of detail that has to be got into to understand those risks. And I'm 100% not sitting here saying those things are going to happen, but you cannot run a safety critical operation under license and ignore the fact that those are risks. You need to manage those risks, and you need to accept those risks, and you need to go looking for the risks. And I just don't understand why the applicant has chosen not to look for them. So that worries me. The other thing that worries me is, as I mentioned to Mr. Hardy, is the future environment within which a new radar must be procured, and that's as Mr. Parkinson rightly says, that's the further you go into the future, the more unknown it is. But just because you can't quantify something doesn't mean you can't go looking for what you need to understand those risks. So those are my two big concerns, and clearly the 15-year replacement window is one where, if you look at the clutter maps, you know, that will be the amount of clutter that will be there. If you cannot find a radar that will cope with that and the future ATM environment, you've got a problem. You can't choose between them. You can't choose to have all the clutter and have the operational radar that satisfies your requirements for the future environment. You can't have both, or at least we don't know if we can have both. If we can, it would be great, but it may come at a significant price. So that's the kind of the more long-term holistic sort of risk for me, is around being boxed into a corner. The airport may have a very difficult decision to make depending on what's available in the future. So it makes sense to even if it's just to define the operational requirements in 15 years' time, you need to know these risks, don't you? You need to know what the environment is going to throw up in terms of risks. So that's my two concerns. My concern is not the clutter in the short term, it's the residual risk, as you point out, and it's the 15-year replacement period. And I think the last thing to say on that is really the radar doesn't discern between different developments. And I know that there's conflict in planning and aviation policies, but the radar sees turbines. It doesn't care who owns them or when they're put there. It sees turbines. So the cumulative effect is by far and away the most pressing, albeit slowly building problem, and that's one that concerns me.
If I find that the costs and risks that are outlined in the table submitted by the airport are attributable to the applicant in this case in some shape or form, how does the wind farm mitigation agreement address those risks?
So two things is, yes, the application on its own obviously is part of the cumulative effect, so it's not solely the application. I have not seen the wind farm mitigation agreement, so I can only talk in general terms. If it was my airport, I would want to mitigate those risks by having something in place for the 40-year time span, or the duration of the problem, because of course policy may change. You know, the problem may change in the sense that PSR may not be required in 25 years' time. You know, so but in principle, mitigation in whatever form needs to be there for 40 years. I think that needs to be in place to manage the risk. Now, what form that takes is either what I think the airport is proposing is a payment to in order to provide mitigation of the risk resolution in the future, or you have some guarantee. Well, I don't know how you would do it commercially. Some guarantee that mitigation as the requirement comes up, there's something in place to put that in place. So it's I guess what I'm saying, it needs to be some level of confidence that there's some binding agreement, but which gives both parties confidence that, you know what, the risks are being managed, and whatever happens, there's a reasonable chance that it will be covered, and the airport won't be left sort of stranded, if you like.
So if I was to find that the costs and risks outlined by the airport weren't attributable to the development, would that pose a safety risk, or what's the nature of the residual risk?
So if you were to find that the risks were not attributable to the development, the risks don't go away. You know, these risks are real, and the risks will stay.
But how would those be managed, I suppose, is my question. How would they manifest themselves?
Well, again, the airport will probably answer on this, but if those, you know, if the turbines are there and the aircraft are there, the problem's there. So the airport would have to find some way of managing those risks. Now, if the clutter is not there, clearly that's an issue that makes life a bit easier, although it might crop up again in 15 years' time. The other risks will have to be managed. You know, I'm not speaking for the airport, but somebody has to manage those risks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kirkland. I don't have any further questions for you now. Mr. Brown, would you like to re-examine the evidence that we've heard?
No, thank you, sir. I have no re-examination for Mr. Kirkland.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Kirkland.
Thank you, sir.
I would propose that before we hear your fourth witness, Mr. Brown, that we would have a short break at this point. So can I propose that we recommence at 11 AM, please?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Mr. Brown, can I check you're with us?
Yes, sir.
Hi there.
Yeah, hi.
It's always hard to tell with these these virtual meetings.
There is unfortunately a little bit of a delay as well when pressing the video.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Brown, when you'd like to call your next witness, please, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to call Mr. Doug Fido, who I see is online, but if I could ask Mr. Fido to turn his camera on and his sound as well, please.
Mr. Brown, I'm having problems connecting to the video on the computer.
I wonder, sir, if we may just have a few minutes just to see how we resolve that problem.
Yeah, certainly. Let's come back in 5 minutes. It would certainly be preferable to be able to see you, Mr. Fido, so I shall give you a few
Appreciate
minutes
that,
now.
sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
I don't know, it won't connect to the camera for some reason. It says unable.
Hello, Mr. Fido. I could see you then. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, and we've sorted out the camera problem. Thank you.
Lovely. Is your camera currently off, though? Because I can't actually see you now.
Yeah.
Excellent. No, that's fine.
We were relying on the camera on the computer, and it wasn't working, so we put the remote camera up and connected that one instead.
Excellent. No, I'm glad you found a solution. Mr. Hardy, I'm conscious we said 5 minutes. Are you still with us?
Sorry, so guy, having a technical issue myself. Could you just repeat that, please?
No, I was just checking that you were still on the call. Yeah, lovely.
Very much so, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Brown, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Fido, hello. Could I ask you to have before you, please, your recognition?
I have that, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Thank you. And what I would like to do is I'd like you to read your recognition, and then I'll come back and ask you some questions regarding it.
Certainly. Would you like me to start now, Mr. Brown?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I am John Douglas Fido. I am Principal Consultant at Osprey Consulting Services Limited. This recognition supplements my expert report, CD 19.04. Comments on Adam Parkinson's report. reference APP 2.20. With regard to paragraph 5.2.2, cap 764 CD 13.2 does list a number of techniques to mitigate the impact of wind farms on surveillance. However, to be acceptable to the airport and the CAA, they must be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and they should avoid having an adverse effect upon the ANSP's operations. The point made at paragraph 5.2.3 fails to consider all processing in the video stages necessary to enable the terma tracker as intended to operate. The terma tracker is not in itself a solution, but is only one part of the wind farm solution. Paragraph 5.3.1, bullet point 1, does not consider the physical attributes of the turbines, the aggregative impacts from many turbines, the local environment, or the viewing angle of the radar towards the turbines. In paragraph 5.3.1, bullet point 2, confuses radar sensitivity and desensitization degradation. While they do appear to have similar effects, they are distinct. Degradation in radar sensitivity is not limited to the area of the turbine. It reduces the ability of the receiver to detect smaller energy returns from aircraft, leading to degraded range performance. Paragraph 5.3.1, bullet point 4. Terma does not suppress turbine tracks. They pass through the CFAR processing and Terma tracks them internally. If turbines coalesce with other turbines, or indeed large ground clutter returns, etc., around them, the turbines will be blanked in the video processing and cannot be tracked. The result, reduced probability of detection and less chance for radar to detect aircraft in the area. The extent of blanking will vary for different environments. Regarding paragraph 5.4.3, there is a misunderstanding as to the meaning of wind farm tolerant radar, and that the MRT and the SDPS are not directly impacted or required to mitigate the wind farms. Terma has the capability to mitigate degradative effects caused by wind farms, but it cannot eradicate them entirely. It is not a silver bullet. Further, it can be optimized to remove clutter, but that process is not automatic. The MRT and the SDPS, the multi-radar tracker MRT, and the surveillance data processing system SDPS, receives plots from Terma radar and uses them to generate and display system tracks using the Terma and the Lather SSR plots. If the wind farm has an adverse effect on the Terma or Lather plot data, this will lead to false track data on the radar display that will impact Air Traffic Services, ATS. As noted at paragraph 5.4.4, the airport has produced a safety case to the CAA, which was approved to the design assurance point I might add there. However, this only covers the existing wind farms and the performance that they have and the impact that they have on the Terma radar at this time. This will have to be revised and submitted to the CAA for approval to account for new Sanquhar 2 development. Mr. Parkinson's comments in paragraph 5.4.5 regarding the safety are not correct. Optimization requires changes to the system parameters. Further, that process may require existing optimization for pre-existing wind farms to be changed to accommodate new wind farms. Such changes are notifiable events using CAA form SAG 1430, requiring appropriate safety assurance and approval, CAA approval. It is not a case of just doing a flight trial and accepting the results. The points made at paragraph 5.5.2 are based on modelling and results from the other Terma radars in different operating conditions, and therefore not a reliable indicator so as for the proposal is concerned. Each operating environment is unique with its own challenges. Further, The nature of the modelling may not include all impacting factors. Modelling in the way Mr. Parkinson describes provides developers with some indication that mitigation may be possible and gives the airport some confidence that the situation is likely to be manageable. However, until verification is carried out post-construction, it is not possible to conclusively define the full impact. Mr. Parkinson's comment in paragraph 7.4 bullet point 4, there is no wind farm in the vicinity of the airport with a detection rate of less than 90%, must be approached with caution. That statistic is based on different wind farms in different local environments with a different physical makeup. Further, the radar following optimization has been tested to verify that result. There is no guarantee that the same will be achieved for Sanquhar 2. At para 5.5.4, Mr. Parkinson says that the Terma radar automatically tracks wind turbines. However, that comment misleads the reader into believing that the whole mitigation process is automatic and requires no intervention. Automatic tracking is a radar function and is not specific to Terma. Tracking is dependent on getting good plot data from the video and the plot extracting stages before it. The Terma relies on extensive and complex video processing optimization to enable the tracker to work effectively. Mr. Parkinson goes on to that the Terma can maintain more than 1,000 concurrent internal tracks without degradation of performance. The specification for the Terma installed at the airport, reference CD 19.27, states 1,000 plots and 500 external tracks, which is the true limitation of this system. The manufacturer has provided no update to contradict this. At paragraph 5.5.5, Mr. Parkinson says the minimum expected lifetime of PSR or similar architecture and hardware technology to the Terma is 15 years and typically longer. I do not agree because in context, I know of other radar manufacturers who declare obsolescence after only 12-year service. Terma Tracker is PC-based technology with a typical life cycle of 5 years. At paragraph 5.5.6, Mr. Parkinson refers to trials which demonstrate that Terma can achieve a PD greater than 90% over other wind farm areas, which he contends are similar. No two wind farms can be claimed to be similar because the living environment and operating conditions are unique in every case, and the impact can be just as variable. Each new wind farm must be evaluated on its own merits to gain CAA approval. The same point applies to Mr. Parkinson's assertions in the first and second bullets of paragraph 7.4. Further, targets of opportunity and analysis is not sufficient to confirm the performance in an area of specific interest that arises from the presence of a wind farm. A change means that the performance is no longer guaranteed and therefore must be evaluated to provide ATC with a true indication of solid radar cover. Excuse me. I do not agree with Mr. Parkinson's approach to the probability of detection calculation in the fourth bullet in paragraph 7.4. The appropriate way to carry out this calculation is set out in my report at paragraphs 1.6.7 through to 1.6.10, which is CD 19.04. Contrary to what Mr. Parkinson says at the end of paragraph 7.4, it cannot be said that the required optimization is minor. Until the wind farm becomes operational, it is difficult to determine the actual impact to be optimized. We have seen at other airports that optimization can be extensive, depending on the environment and the surrounding influences, and that it is an iterative process of changing various processing parameters to achieve the best optimization to allow the tracker to operate as intended. At paragraph 11.2.1 and 11.3.1, Mr. Parkinson has separated the issues of degradation in receiver sensitivity and video desensitization. Degradation of receiver sensitivity, saturation, which is another term, is not limited to aircraft over the wind farm. It impacts the receiver such that the minimum detectable signal is increased, meaning that targets with a smaller signal, either because they are smaller or further away, may not be detectable. Excuse me. This effect can extend to the full range of the radar beyond the wind farm. Video desensitization is limited to the wind farm area. The impact is not a reduction in PD, it's a complete loss of detection over a turbine. Plot extraction is not mitigation of this degradation. Paragraph 11.4.1 is not the complete story. Track seduction can vary from environment to environment. Further, it is not limited to one target and one turbine. It can be seduced by more than one turbine. The tracker cannot do what is stated here unless the video processing has been fully optimized. The tracker process is only true if the turbine has been masked from the CFAR process. If turbine coalescence is experienced, video blanking is required, and this will lead to a dropped track, which will then cause the MRT to also drop a track and result in raise the ATC workload. Para 11.5.1 gives a false impression that Terma will automatically be able to eliminate false tracks. Terma tracker, as with any other track, will generate false tracks, but this can be minimized through careful and full optimization of the preceding and video processing stages. Contrary to what is said at 11.5.1, the assessment is not limited to Terma as the MRT, a tracker itself, can also produce false tracks, though the probability is low. Terma outputs plots to the MRT, and if it sends false or erroneous plots and they do not correlate with the SSR plots, then false tracks and or split tracks may occur on the radar display. In the same way, if the SSR plot is corrupted because of wind farms, then this will have the same effect. During video desensitization of the Terma, will not output a plot to the MRT. The MRT will declare the plot missing and will output the track to the radar display. If this occurs twice more in succession, then the Terma plot will be dropped, and so will the MRT. This can then lead to a long gap in the reported track that may exceed 40 seconds before the track is re-established, creating again an increased workload for ATC. It is also noted that tricking the radar is not limited to older radars. It is also able to trick the Terma radar if not properly optimized. It may still happen occasionally after optimization. Those sorts of gaps will be of concern to ATC. Regarding paragraph 11.7.2, the reference Aegis reports concluded that any impact on ILS could not be discounted until the turbines were operational. That contradicts what Mr. Parkinson has summarized. This is an unknown risk for the airport to carry and will require verification or impact or not once the wind farm is built. I do not agree with Mr. Parkinson's conclusion in paragraph 11.7.4. The guidance given for assessing the impact falls short of the physical attributes of Sanquhar 2, meaning that the impacts will have to be investigated and verified. The guidance will now need to be revisited by the CAA to take account of the new, larger turbines. Aggregative effect of wind turbines, wind farms. The combined number of operational and proposed wind farms in the vicinity of the airport are likely to make it more difficult for the airport to mitigate those adverse effects. By way of example, it can be anticipated that optimization of a new wind farm may require changes to existing optimization of nearby wind farms. The difficulties of providing mitigation in such an intense wind farm environment may also mean that additional mitigation measures are then required. Further, the intensity of the developments and the height of the turbines take the airport and CA guidance into unknown territory. It is responsible to assume it is reasonable to assume that if sufficient turbines are concentrated within a relatively small area, the shadow effect alongside other effects like video desensitization and receiver saturation can lead to a noticeable and detrimental loss of coverage at levels where previously within solid radar cover. As far as I am aware, Terma has not been exposed to such an environment before. There is therefore a degree of uncertainty as to how it will perform. That unknown is a risk for the airport. Further, the guidance and advice published in CAP 670, reference CD 13.1, Gen 02A, in relation to CNS safeguarding was written with turbines with a maximum tip height of 158 metres. Therefore, the potential impact of Sanquhar 2 is outside of this guidance. That presents further unknown risk to the airport that they will have to carry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fido. I have some questions for you by way of follow-up. First of all, in terms of your experience, to what extent have you worked with Terma engineers at the airport?
So over the number of years that I've been working with Prestwick, and since we've had the Terma radar, I have sat in and worked alongside some of the Terma engineers that come to site to perform the optimizations of the radars on specific wind farms.
And how involved is that process from your observation of the Terma engineers working on the process?
Watching them do what they have to do and their explanations of what they were doing is quite complex in the fact that they have to look at and investigate a number of different effects at different stages within the video processing, and then ultimately in how the tracker works, assuming of course that they're allowed to enable the tracker to work in the first instance, depending on the environment. And as they change one parameter, that could then lead to an impact on another parameter. And so it's a careful balance between optimizing all those different processes to get the best out of Terma that's possible.
Thank you. And what other experience do you have regarding the installation of Terma radar in airports?
So I was also involved in the Terma installation, which is a shorter range infill radar at Newcastle Airport. And I've worked closely with the engineers and the Terma engineers in the optimization of that particular radar, which in itself had some particular issues with ground clutter around one of their wind farms. And again, the processing involved in getting the best out of that was quite complex, and they took several days to do that. And at that time, there was a representative from the CAA there as well, which also witnessed that particular optimization and understood that process. And it took several attempts to actually get that one particular wind farm to work quite well. And it did result in quite a lot of video blanking.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Fido, we saw yesterday the comparison in the screens between the existing 511 and the Terma screen. If, and we saw the clutter which wind farms generate on the 511 screen. If no steps are taken to optimize Terma, what happens to the clutter which the wind farms produce?
So in terms of the Terma radar, if you don't do the optimization, you won't see clutter in the same sense that you do with the 511. What you will see is a number of false track symbols appear, which is clutter in its own right, but they're termed as false tracks because that is the output from the radar as opposed to a video output like the 511. And that would then result in other effects such as track seduction and false track reporting. So it would be like clutter, but it would look subtly different.
All right, and to remove that clutter, Mr. Fido, what do you do?
So the process is dependent on the environment that the wind turbines in this case are operating in, and there's a number of things that can impact that, which are strong ground clutter environments, which you generally get from hilly type environments with which Sanquhar 2 is being built. And the impact is that these ground environments between the turbines create a situation where the movement of the turbines coalesce with ground effects and draw them into coalesce with other nearby turbines, which then create another opportunity for a false track to be produced by the thermal radar. And what they would then do is they would then try and eliminate those other effects to try and get the best from it, which the answer to that is to introduce more video blanking. So they can either video blank out the ground clutter returns to stop that coalescence, which in itself reduces PD between the turbines. The other option is if they can't remove that coalescence between turbines and therefore they can't allow it to be processed through the CFAR process so that the tracker can work, they then have to video blank the turbine itself, which again is another hole in the coverage generated because of that processing. And we have seen that certainly at Newcastle and at Prestwick, where some of the video is blanked in that way, and they're not all reliant on the Terma tracker to do all of the work. And in a sense, that in itself is what Newcastle were doing with their old video radar before they introduced Terma to
Sorry, Mr. Fido, just interrupt you there. I've noticed that, sir, you've disappeared from our screens.
I am here and I can hear. Let me just turn my video off and on again. There we go. I've reanimated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, Mr. Fido, I interrupted you. If you can resume, please. We will.
Yeah, I think I was just about there. So again, the essence of it is it depends on the environment that they're in, the attitude and the size and everything else that contribute to what processing is possible. It's not a simple answer of saying the tracker deals with it, because in some cases you can't use the tracker. Some cases you have to use the video processing to help remove the clutter.
And just to be clear, Mr. Fido, all those steps are necessary to produce the clear screen which Mr. Smith spoke to yesterday.
That's correct, yes, Mr. Brown.
Okay. Now, in paragraph 3, you say that at the end of that paragraph that the Terma tracker is not in itself a solution, but is only part of a solution. Could you perhaps expand upon what you mean by that, please?
So yes, there's a number of factors that statement's made upon, and the first is totally within the Terma radar itself. The Terma tracker is a standard tracker, as you probably find in most radars of today's era. It has some special features which other trackers might not have, but that in itself is only dealing with the output process from the video channels that precede it. And it's important that those pre-stages in the video are properly optimized to the best they can to allow that tracker to work in the first instance. If within that video processing, as I described earlier, they have to blank the turbine because it is having other impacts that would affect the tracker operating properly, then that tracker cannot operate on that turbine. Therefore, it is video blanked, which again is a different impact. But also the output of the radar goes into the multi-radar tracker, which is part of the whole wind farm radar mitigation scheme or system, which is used to facilitate the growth and improvement and the future expectations for the airport to continue to manage problems as they arise going forwards in this particular environment.
All right, thank you. And with regard to paragraph 4, you say that Mr. Parkinson, that the paragraph you've numbered doesn't consider the physical attributes of the turbines. What difference do physical attributes make?
They can be quite significant in a number of different ways. Obviously, the physical size of the turbines in itself as a structure is one aspect of the turbine, and clearly the larger that structure is, the physical element of it, not the rotating blades part, that is going to contribute further to the receiver desensitization and to the shadowing effects and the degradation of area that's impacted by the turbine itself. It is one aspect of it. If you're looking from the radar upwards towards the turbine, then you get the full brunt of that reflection into the radar. Whereas, for example, if your radar was high up on a hill looking down over the top of the turbines, that impact would be less, for example. Also, because of their physical size and the size of the blades, they also increase the area in which it becomes difficult to resolve those turbine returns from real aircraft. And the crux of the situation is not just to remove the clutter, it's to ensure that the radar is able to differentiate a real air target from a turbine. So if it can't do that, then you end up with track seduction and you end up with the other effects that are different from just removing the clutter.
All right, and if more optimization, if I can put it in that broad way, if more optimization is required as a result of that, what does that do to the probability of detection?
Well, they all have an impact, and it depends again which particular optimization route is chosen, depending on those different variables. If it's blanking the turbine out and it's a large area that's blanked out because it's physically bigger, then that's a bigger area where there's no PD whatsoever. If it's allowed to be masked to go into the CFAR to be tracked, then that area that is blanked or masked for going through there is also slightly larger. So it increases the area in which you can't detect anything above the specific structure.
Okay, thank you. And if that happened, what remedial steps might be required?
Well, if that happens, there's little more that you can do with the thermal radar, because that is the limitations of its capability. So if you need to resolve any of those issues and bring back some of that loss, then your only alternative is to have some other source of surveillance that is not impacted by those effects.
And what form might that other surveillance take?
Sorry, say again, Mr. Brown.
What form might that other surveillance take?
Well, it can be in a number of different forms, and it all depends on where the problem is and how the problem is best resolved. So there is an option, for example, to take a radar feed from another radar supplier, which isn't impacted by that particular area. And the foresight of the airport is that can be fed into their MRT, which is part of their whole system, which can then integrate with the SSR and the thermal radar to provide a composite picture, which can remove some of those issues. It might be that if there isn't an existing radar that provides that cover, then a secondary radar sensor might be required to look in the areas where, again, that's unpositioned, so it's not affected by those turbines, and that data could be fed back into the MRT and again provide a more composite picture. Or it might be in an area where it might be appropriate, and I don't know where that would be because I'm not fully conversant with the ATC elements of it, but for example, it could be a secondary system which provides data to fulfill that, to augment that loss in the primary. And again, that can be fed back into the MRT, and the MRT can generate a quite significant composite picture to try to overcome some of these issues.
All right, thank you very much. Now, in paragraph 7 of your recognition, you say that regarding paragraph 5.4.3 of Mr. Parkinson's report, obviously there is a misunderstanding as to the meaning of wind farm tolerant radar. Could you expand upon that comment, please?
Yes, it seems to me that the word wind farm tolerant has been attached to the process of removing clutter from analog video radars. And the suggestion that that means that all the effects caused by a turbine on a primary radar have been removed. And that clearly is not the case, because as we've seen in Mr. Parkinson's report and in my report, that in the physical location of a particular turbine, the area above that and all the way up to 30,000 feet, whatever the coverage of the radar is lost completely because of the nature of the two-dimensional properties of a primary radar. So for each one of those turbines and the area which is masked out for that turbine, everything above that is lost completely to the airport at this time. And also, as we've discussed, because of the physicality of the turbines, they create blockings to signals, which create a shadow effect in the immediate area behind each turbine. And the extent of that will vary depending again on all of the aspects that we've just talked about. And in the instance where we are with the airport with the radar looking up towards the big turbine, that area is going to be greater than it would be if it was looking down on top of the turbine, for example. But because of the receiver saturation element of the size of those turbines, we know that the base of cover beyond the turbines, there's going to be reduced probability of detection in there. There's going to be some reduction in the detection range that was there before the turbines there. And it's going to increase what's called the base of solid radar cover. And the thermal radar on its own cannot get rid of those problems.
Right, thank you very much. Now, in paragraph 11, Mr. Fide, just at the end, the last two sentences, you say the specification for the terminal installed at the airport CD 1927 states 1,000 plots and 500 external tracks. This is the true limitation of the system. The manufacturer has provided no update to contradict this. Now, we looked at this document, or I looked at it with Mr. Parkinson and CD 1927, and I looked at page 8 with Mr. Parkinson. Do you have that before you?
Just opening it up, Mr. Brown. Page?
Page 8.
Yes, I have that.
Yes, and what I would like you to do is just point us to the place on that page where you took that information, which appears in your paragraph 11.
So in that list of specifications, there's a line called plot extraction, and then it gives the specification, which is up to 1,000 plots, and beneath that embedded tracker, which is greater than 500 tracks.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I want to come back, having identified that, I want to come back later to explore it with you, but could you please explain to the inquiry the concept of plots and tracks?
So when the radar PSR receives a return from an object in space, it presents a video signal. And if we look at the pictures provided by Mr. Smith of the analog video outputs that we saw on the screen, they are wide blobs, the yellow and the green slices. And what they are is a series of radar hits on a target as it passes through it. What a plot is, if you like, a graphical representation of that video from the start to the finish, where the center point of that blob would be the greatest point in that plot. So you imagine a sine wave that goes up and comes back down again. The middle bit of the sine wave, where the greatest amplitude is, would represent the center of that video blob. And what the plot is an extraction of that video to give you that digital plot based on that center point. So it's a reference point to the center of the target in range and azimuth effectively. And that is just effectively one piece of information relative to a particular return back into the radar. And that can be generated from aircraft, it can be generated from ground clutter, from birds, from drones, from wind farms, turbines, from weather clouds, rain, quite a lot of things, road vehicles, and even in the case of the airport, some very large seaborne vessels that pass by off the coastline there.
Thank you. And in the context of a wind turbine, how many plots could one turbine potentially generate?
It's a difficult question to answer precisely because of the nature of the turbines which are moving and the nature of the fact that the radar is turning and scanning and updating and pulsing at different rates, and they're not synchronized with each other. So at any one point, in certain circumstances, you may get no plots from it. In other circumstances, you may get up to 2, 3, maybe even 4 plots from it, depending on how and at what time the blades are moving in relative to the radar beam as it passes through.
Okay, thank you. And these plots, what next happens to the plots to form a track?
So the tracker itself is an intelligent program that effectively replicates a controller's mind, if you like. And what it says, I see this particular plot, it's in this location. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at an area around it to see if I can see another plot that looks similar to it. And then when it determines where the next one comes from, it then has better indication of, if you like, a direction of travel. And because of the time taken between the two and the distance between them, it can then start to look and predict the speed that particular plot is traveling at. It then, on the third uptake, it then has a precise indication of what that movement is and will generate a track. And the track would say, I am traveling in this direction, I am going at this speed. And that would then output as a tracked plot in this case to the MRT.
Thank you. And what does this plotting and tracking function do to the processing power of Terma?
Well, it's all part of it, of the processing. It all consumes it just like any other part of the process. And the more you have, the more processing that you use up. They're inherently designed as per the specification to give you sufficient overhead so that you don't overload, which is part of the safety design of the system to keep it in a safe operating mode. But clearly, the more that you put into it, the greater the potential of reaching that ceiling and causing further impacts.
And what further impacts happen at that point?
So it would also depend on how the system is set up in its priority, but the general rule of thumb is that the returns or the processing that's in there is prioritized in order of what is a perceived order of priority for data. So for example, if it became to a point where it couldn't process all of those plots, it will then start to discard some of those plots, either before the processing or after the processing. And it would discard those that it considers to be of least priority. The first, I think, the least priority that you would get is those that are at the extremes of the range of performance. So it would potentially drop targets off at range, if you like. It would then look, if that starts to continue, it would then look at other things. So it might, for example, start to drop off certain parts of the SSR data, if SSR data is available. In the case of Terma, it's primary only. So it would then start to limit the number of tracks it could output effectively.
Yes, thank you. You used the term targets at range there. Could you help by explaining what that means?
Yeah, so a radar of any description has a limited range performance that achieves the required level to provide the services that the controllers require, and at that range is the furthest point away from the radar that it would detect a target, for example. And in the case of Terma, the instrumented range is 42.5 nautical miles. But the maximum usable range is 40 nautical miles when it's working properly, hopefully. And so anything, it depends on how it's set up. It could say everything from 35 nautical miles, for example, we would disregard because that's less critical than something that's close in.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the actual specification for the Terma at the airport, we looked at the product specification CD 1927. And just to be clear with you, that is the specification for the Terma installed at the airport.
Yes, when the radar was procured, it was procured from NATS, being the UK sales agent for the Terma radar. And this was the document that was presented as being the specification for that particular radar that was delivered to the airport. And it was that NATS provided as evidence of their design assurance to say that it met their requirements.
Right, thank you. Now, there's obviously been some discussion about what the actual track capacity of the radar or the Terma radar at the airport is. Can I ask you, what is the track capacity?
So track capacity is the number of tracks that it can process realistically without having to drop any tracks. And in the terms of the specification, the tracks it's talking about are tracks that represent the results of the tracking process from all of the plots that it receives. And that doesn't necessarily, in the specification that they're talking about the tracks which are output to the display system, but it also includes any tracks internally as well. So the 1,000 tracks that's talked about in other documentation or other people is actually referring to the 1,000 plots that are used to generate those tracks in the first instance. So there's a slight misunderstanding of what that number means.
Yes, and it's noted, and I'll cover this point, it's noted that in the specification we looked at when it came to the embedded tracker 2, there is a symbol which is greater than 500 next to the...
That's correct, yeah. It's saying that, you know, we can guarantee 500. We think it might be more, but we're not 100% sure. And the reason why they're not 100% sure is because they don't know what environment that product is going to be implemented in, because it can go into many different environments. It can go into environments where there are no wind turbines. It can go into environments where there are other problems and not just wind turbines. And so each of those environmental impacts can impact what that might achieve. And we mentioned some like sea traffic and road traffic and birds and even, because it's an X-band radar, the weather itself. And so that is a minimum expectation that they would like to have in an ideal environment, but can't guarantee anything greater than that because they don't know what the environment is going to be used into.
Okay, thank you. Now, paragraph 12, you referred to, again, Mr. Parkinson's report, where he says at paragraph 5.5.5 that the minimum expected lifetime of PSR of similar architecture and hardware technology to Terma is 15 years, and you go on to say that you do not agree. Why do you not agree on that point?
There's a number of factors. The normal life expectancy that's set on equipment like this is approximately 15 years, and it's based on a number of factors, and it's usually based on obsolescence, the ability to provide midlife upgrades, and the availability of the technologies, the hardwares and the softwares that are available that are compatible with that particular system. And the heart of the Terma radar itself essentially is the ET2 tracker and the video processing, which in essence is a personal computer with software running on it. And personal computers with software on it inherently have a hardware life cycle of 5 to 7 years. And when they become obsolete, they have to be replaced. And they get replaced when there aren't enough spares left in the system to support the one that you've got. And so you then have to replace the hardware. Depending on the new hardware that's available, would depend on whether the existing software in the radar would still be compatible. And we've seen, as with Microsoft, you update laptops, you update the software, and the old ones just aren't compatible anymore. And so there's always that risk that in 5 to 7 years' time, the hardware is not compatible with your software, or your software is not compatible with the new hardware. And so there's changes that might occur because of that, to keep that radar going for as long as they possibly can. And similarly, there are elements in there which have a typical life cycle, which can of course be replaced as part of midlife upgrades, but at some point those components are going to become obsolete, as we see with the 511 radar now, and they won't be replaceable. And that's when you start to look at preparing to change for something completely different, or something new, or even a replacement of exactly the same but of a later version of that particular model.
All right, and when it comes to the replacement of Terma, what issues do you see from a technical perspective at that point?
Again, it's difficult to project what all those might be, because it's in 15 years' time potentially. It might be in 10 years' time. We don't know. But the issues, some of which we've just touched on, are the compatibility issues of the hardware and the software, the ability of that to continue to support the effects that have been in that local environment, and also, I think, as Mr. Kirkland put quite succinctly, the environment with which it operates is also changing, not just through wind turbines, but through other aspects which are coming forth in technology. And again, it's going to be a careful balance between which is the priority to manage. Is it the priority to manage the traffic, or is it a priority to manage the clutter from the turbines? We can't take the turbines away, clearly. They're not going to let us do that, but it's those sort of balances that you then have to consider. And will Terma radar of the future be able to cope with all of those? We don't know. So would it then be that we have to employ 2 different techniques, one to manage the turbines, one to manage the new environments that we live in? Again, we don't know. It's the risk that we have to live with, and we have to manage. And as Mr. Kirkman said, it's something that we manage proactively and in advance of. We prepare for it. We don't wait for it to happen.
Now, there was discussion with Mr. Parkinson about different types of, if I can use the term loosely for the moment, wind farm tolerant radar which have been developed, and there was discussion about a Hensoldt radar.
Yeah. Yes. Excuse me, I'm just getting some water. Yes, Hensoldt radar.
Yes. Now, if you were looking at replacing a Terma with a Hensoldt radar, what would the cost of what would the comparative cost be?
So the Hensoldt radar is a much more bigger and powerful radar, and in the case of a similar product to do a similar program, which is going into one of the airports I'm working with at the moment, that particular radar I do know is in the order of 10 to 12 million pounds.
Okay, and there was also discussion about an Indra radar.
Yeah, so the Indra radar that's being talked about at the moment is I believe the Indra 3-dimensional radar, which I believe is in the L band, which is used for longer range work. So it's typically something that NATS would use for their en route, and I think that's I've been told that that's going to be installed at Lowther Hill, and it has wind farm mitigation capabilities, obviously, but because it's three-dimensional, the technology in it is much more complex, and the figure for that is going to be in the order of seven to eight or even more £1 million.
And how these figures you've been discussing, just to be clear, how do you know about these sorts of price ranges?
I've been involved in quite a number of radar procurements over my time with Osprey. I've dealt with all of these manufacturers that have been mentioned over the time in many different ways and different guises. We've had them present their costs to us for evaluations on a number of occasions. And I also have relationships with many of these manufacturers, which are quite helpful. And quite often if an airport comes to us and says, well, we want a plan for replacing a radar, how much is one of these going to cost me? And we can go and talk to their people and sort of say, can you give us a ballpark price of what you think this is going to cost? And we do that reasonably frequently. I have done it in the last 6 months for one particular airport. And so we do get an idea of what those costs are going to be like.
Okay, thank you very much. Now in paragraph 13 of your recognition, 5 lines from the bottom towards the end of that line, there is a sentence which starts, further targets of opportunity analysis is not sufficient to confirm the performance of an area of specific interest that arises from the presence of a turbine. First of all, what do you mean by, what is meant by target of opportunity analysis?
So within the radar coverage volume of a primary radar, there is inherently lots of traffic that fly around in the skies, and these are traffics that may or may not be of interest to the airport, but they're traffic that are there within that coverage volume regardless. And what they're termed as is targets of opportunity because they appear and we take the opportunity to look at them and understand what they're doing in terms of how the radar is performing. And typically what you would do is you record the radar data outputs for a period, typically 48 hours, where you capture all of those samples of all of those random targets that appear and pass through and go out and come back. And because of the nature of the airspace, quite a lot of those will be repeated, following sort of standard air routes, etc. And so you can build up a general picture of the performance of the radar in terms of probability of detection as a whole, to give you an indication of how well it's working. The downside of that is that it's quite general, and the number of aircraft are varied in their sizes and their RCS, and they don't give you a full representation of your actual target performance of a 1 meter squared target at better than 90%, but it does give you an indication that the radar is performing generally well throughout its coverage volume.
Okay, you mentioned the acronym RCS there, and I think that's been mentioned before in the inquiry, but just to check, that's radar cross-section?
Yes, that's radar cross-section. What it is in simple terms, it's the reflective properties of an object and how much energy it will generate back to the radar once it's hit by that energy. And
if target of opportunity analysis is not sufficient, what is sufficient then? So what would happen then is typically you would provide a dedicated aircraft of a known radar cross section that you can target at specific areas within the radar coverage volume to inspect and determine where it's performing in specific areas. And certainly when you commission the radar for the first time, you do that specifically over a number of radials at different altitudes to confirm the base of radar, solid radar cover at the 90% that you require it. And it shows you what the range of that base of radar cover is and the altitude of that radar cover at the top end of it too, which allows you to understand the envelope in which you can be assured that you've got greater than 90% of detection of your air traffic. Okay, thank you. Now in paragraph 14 of your recognition, we get to the topic of Mr. Parkinson's approach to the probability of detection calculation, which is in paragraph 7.4 of his report, and your approach to the calculation, which is set out in paragraphs 167 to 1610 of your report on page 44. Now, we'll give you a moment, Mr. Fido, to look those pages out.
Yeah, I've got page 44 here.
Now, first of all, could you please explain your approach to that calculation?
So the first instance is the calculation is based on the impact that a single turbine would have on the radar. The impact is based on the ability of the radar to resolve the object, which is the wind turbine, from another object, or it could be another turbine, but in the term of what we're trying to do, it is to resolve it from a true aircraft that might be passing nearby. This is not new to Terma. It's the same principle in all radars. It's the ability of the radar to resolve two targets so that you can see them when they are properly separated, which allows the controller to provide the separation that they do. And to do that, you have to look at the technical settings of the radar itself, the limitations of the radar, and primarily they are based on two factors from the radar perspective. One is the azimuth beam width that is being sent out from the radar, and the second is the range cells detection probability from range cells going out in range from the radar and what their sizes are, coupled with the physical aspects of the turbine itself and the extent to which they would be impacted by the turbine physical structure. The next part of that obviously is looking at the distance of the turbine from the radar, because clearly that impacts what this resolution capability can be in different environments. So for example, the radar beam width, because it is a half a degree in width, it gets wider the further it gets from the radar itself. So in the case of Sanquhar, just reading the thing again, the beam width would have a certain azimuth width. Now, if we just take that on its own, you could say that that's okay. However, Terma have stated that to differentiate a true target from a wind turbine requires 2.5 times the beam widths in azimuth and 3 times the range cells in range before it can resolve an aircraft from a turbine return. So what that means is that dictates the area around the turbine in which you can't detect an aircraft. Yeah, so that effectively is the direct impact of one turbine on the radar. And the calculation gives an ellipse of that based on those aspects of the radar. And it gives you the area that radar impacts, that turbine impacts on the radar in a single turbine case.
All right. So following that through, just explain your calculation to us, please, and how that contrasts with Mr. Parkinson's calculation.
So Mr. Parkinson has done a similar calculation and applied a similar sort of process to it and come up with a similar area that is relevant to a single turbine. So it is similar. It's not quite accurate, and it's not quite the exact specifications that Terma provided for us. But the calculation for a single turbine is similar in that sense. The disparity that we have, I think, is in determining what the full impact is over the wind farm area itself and what that wind farm area is or should be. And I think that's where the disparity between Mr. Parkinson's overall result is compared to mine.
Yes, and what's the difference in approaches to that point, Mr. Fido?
So the Sanquhar wind farm, for example, is 44 turbines in total. So the whole area of all of those 44 turbines is quite large in terms of the calculation. In terms of the impact on the radar, only the 12 turbines that are visible to the radar are impacted. The other 32 turbines do not impact the radar. Therefore, it's not appropriate to calculate the area of those 32 wind farms when calculating the impact of the turbines that actually impact the radar. So my area around the 12 turbines is based on the widest azimuth either left or right of the wind farm and the longest range distance beyond and before the wind farm, in which the Terma radar would not be able to resolve a true target within the vicinity of those 12 turbines. And it's that area that is compared to the combination of the individual areas of the 12 turbines as a percentage reduction in PD for that area, as opposed to Mr. Parkinson and Terma, who include all 44 wind turbines, even though they're not impacting. So what I'm showing is the direct impact on the radar, not the direct impact on the whole wind farm, because I don't think that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of, I just want to go back just a little bit on that, Mr. Fido. You talked about the resolution factors and the resolution factors being provided by Terma, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, if we were to look for evidence of those resolution factors, would we find those in APP 216, which is the response which Mr. Rees prepared and provided in connection with the earlier Cloughery inquiry?
Yes, I believe that to be correct, yes.
Yes, and if we were to turn to page 2 of his table.
Yes.
There was a specific question for him. Please confirm the azimuth and range resolution of the Terma radar for the detection of two targets in close proximity. How is this calculated?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, and is this where we find the factors which you referred to earlier?
Yes, that's correct. So if we look back to the generation of this letter, the applicant asked a number of questions, and we were afforded the opportunity to ask our own questions, and this was a question that I asked. And the reason for asking this question is because it defines precisely how my calculation is based, because those are the parameters of the radar. They are the actual specifics that determine the point in which a turbine can and cannot be resolved from another aircraft. And they are the factors that drive the calculation for every individual wind farm that's out there. And that will vary depending on where they are in relation to the radar.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Fido. And just looking at that section in the table and looking at the second column, and just to make sure we have got to the point of Mr. Rees providing the factors, the resolution factors, if we look at the second last paragraph there, that's the one starting, however, in this case.
Yeah.
And well, I'll just read it. That might be the easy way to do it. However, in this case, the two targets, one turbine and an aircraft, are not identical in size. In order to obtain a sufficient signal separation to satisfy plot extraction, we use the antenna 3 dB beam width for the main lobe in the horizontal antenna pattern in our model multiplied by 2.5. And just to check with you that when Mr. Rees refers to the horizontal antenna pattern, what is that the same as the azimuth which you referred to earlier?
Yes, that's the azimuth width of the radar beam, yeah.
Yep. And then he continues in the next paragraph, similar considerations are made in range where the range resolution is specified by the 3 dB pulse width multiplied by 3. The range resolution is determined by the bandwidth of the transmitted pulses. So just to be clear, when you had talked about the range width, that is where you got the authority.
That's correct, yes, Mr. Brown.
And that was 3. Okay, thank you very much. Now, if I can take you to paragraph 21 of your recognition, please.
Yes.
Yeah, just this is you commenting upon Mr. Parkinson's paragraph 1174. And you say the guidance given for assessing the impact falls short of the physical attributes of Sanquhar 2, meaning that the impacts will have to be investigated and verified. First of all, what guidance is being referred to there?
So I believe that this is referring to the guidance in CAP 670, and it's Gen 02 Appendix 1, Appendix A, apologies, which is the guidance in considering any impact of physical obstructions on, and in this case, wind turbines on VHF communication systems.
Yes, and when you're talking about the guidance falling short, what do you mean by that?
So within that reference, there's a number of tables which define the physical aspects of wind turbines in terms of the impact and what their RCS might be, and those tables are limited to a maximum tip height of 158 meters, which was the standard height for the tallest turbines up until this point. And as we see now, the turbines are going up into 200 meters and looking forward probably get bigger, which means that they're outside of this guidance at this time. And as a result of that falls upon the airport to do a full method to analysis to understand if there is or is not an impact because of these particular turbines.
Thank you. Just give me a moment. So just another document needed. Sorry about that. So your position on that is that it needs to be revisited in light of that?
Yes, I believe so. Yes, that would be correct.
And if I can take you to paragraph 23 of your recognition. This is a section where you're dealing with the cumulative or the aggregative effect of wind farms, and in the very last part of that paragraph, you use the phrase solid radar cover. I think you touched upon this before, but can you just explain what that concept is?
So the performance of primary radar, no matter what particular type or function it is, but primary radar is the ability to detect aircraft within a specific volume of range and altitude with a probability in excess of, in this case, 90% probability. And anything below that is not considered solid. It's considered sort of a little bit less, and it provides uncertainty into what might be in that area. And again, this is the purpose of the initial flight trial, is to compare the, I think they call it the Blake chart, which is the manufacturer's modeling of what the radiated beam pattern would look like, which gives an indication of what that solid radar cover should be. And so we push a dedicated aircraft out through that Blake chart envelope to understand where the boundaries of that are in terms of probability of detection. And it is that bound that then tells us, or tells the controller, where he can rely on that radar data. And the importance of that is mainly in the lower or base of solid cover, in which it allows the controller to know what's underneath the traffic that he's working with generally. And I don't profess to be a controller, but the general understanding that they'll be controlling their aircraft at a probably a higher level, but they want to know that there's nothing going to appear below them. And so they've got assurance that if they don't see anything in that area, that there's nothing there. Whereas if it wasn't solid base of cover, there's uncertainty and there's doubt, and that is an issue generally.
Thank you very much. And in that paragraph, you say it's reasonable to assume that if sufficient turbines are concentrated within a relatively small area, the shadow effect alongside other effects like video desensitization and receiver saturation can lead to a noticeable and detrimental loss of coverage at levels which were previously within solid radar cover. And so what's the consequence of that happening?
Well, the effect, excuse me, the effect is that the impact is that in those lower portions where you would have had solid radar cover as described, is that you're now reducing the capability of the radar to generate that same level of solid radar cover beyond where these obstructions are, which means effectively that the level at which solid radar cover is achieved will be much higher in altitude than it was before, which means that the certainty for the controller is also higher up, and in fact potentially closer to where he wants to operate safely, and that's the impact that it's going to cause.
Yeah.
It's going to vary from location to site to different, depending on what's going on. In the case of this particular situation, because we're looking upwards, that effect is greater than it would be if it was looking down on the wind farm, for example. So again, it's just an example of the environments are different for every different case.
And what does that mean so far as some of the concepts we've been talking about in this inquiry are concerned? You know, for example, probability of detection.
So in the area behind what we're calling the shadow, or the area where it's reducing, it would reduce the probability of detection for either smaller targets at distance, or and any traffic that comes up there. It means it's not certain. It might be 89%, it might be 75%. We just don't know. Some cases it will be better than others, but the point is it's uncertain and unqualified, and therefore can't be relied upon.
Okay, and what does that mean so far as tracks are concerned? Potentially. So
potentially, if you can't detect track in the first instance, an aircraft in the first instance, you can't generate a track on it. And if it had generated a track on it at some point, and the detection started to fall off, there's potential for that track to then disappear from display and give the controller impression that it's either gone or it's moved or it's not there anymore.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like a final section of questions for you is regarding a document which we've looked at before in the context of this inquiry, which is the table of cost and risks, which is CD 1976. Now, Mr. Thompson spoke to this document yesterday, and he mentioned your involvement in the preparation of your document, sorry. Can you explain, please, what your involvement was?
Yeah, so primarily my input to this document is the technical issues that arise from the different things that we've talked about today, and the things that are going to raise concerns from a technical aspect primarily. I have put some into the policy and regulatory aspects of it, and that is my prime sort of role in this, is technical.
Thank you. But you have made your contribution to the table as part of the overall process, is that correct?
Indeed, yes.
Now, did you hear my cross-examination of Mr. Parkinson on Monday regarding this table of costs and risks?
I did, yes.
And you would hear his responses when I put various items in this table too.
I did, yes.
And in light of hearing those responses, to what extent have you changed your views on any of the issues identified in this table?
I don't believe that my opinion or my view on this table as it stands at the moment has changed from a technical point of view.
Okay. Is there anything else, Mr. Fido, which you would wish to draw to the attention of the inquiry at this stage?
Yeah, I'd like to refer to the inquiry from, I think it was yesterday, where the question about the 500 meters was raised, which
Yes.
brought into line, which it was taken from the Terma white paper of many years ago, and the use of, I think it was the Lilgrund wind farm where they did their initial concept trials. And from that paper, they suggested that if something was more than 500 meters apart, then it would be acceptable and the Terma could manage that. I'd like to just sort of qualify what that means. At the time, that was just a qualification and proof of concept process. However, it was taken in concept of two specific environments with specific size wind farms with specific distances from the Terma radar. And as we've seen in the calculation of probability of deduction reduction factor, there are other impacts that change that. So the resolution impacts of the radar itself impact what that distance might be. If the turbines are further away, that could be greater. If they're closer in, it could be less. But as those change with the different size of turbines, they're also impacted upon it. So it's not simply a case of just saying 500 meters is my measure. It's not. It was in the case of that concept, and it was a reasonable thing to make based on those results. But it wasn't a metrics that you can apply in every single case, because every single case is completely different.
Yes, and again, this was a question, Mr. Fido, which was put to Mr. Rees in connection with the earlier Clockery inquiry, wasn't it?
That is correct, yes.
Now, will we look again at the answers which he gave to the questions which were put to him, which is document APP 2.6.
Sorry, what was the reference again, please, Mr. Brown?
APP 2.16 or 16.
216, yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but for the sake of speed, I think the question which was put to Mr. Rees on this matters, question 1.
Yep.
And we see in the second paragraph there, the specific point of inter-turbine spacing in the proposed development is greater than 500 metres. What significance would that have when taken into account with any other factors which fall to be considered? And Mr. Rees's response is on the column, or in the column next to it. So could you please direct us to the parts of that which support your view?
So there's a number of aspects to it. It's not just question 1. There's another question further
Well,
down as well.
Well, do cover it for us, Mr. Fido.
Yeah. So it says in the first point that the PD for the entire radar coverage volume is calculated using a model based on the normal radar equations. The factors included are too many to describe comprehensively, but they can be largely divided into the following groups. Parameters related to the radar system, i.e. transmitter power, frequency, timing, antenna characteristics, height, polarization, etc. Parameters related to the environment, noise, clutter, interference, weather conditions, sea conditions. Target radar cross sections, which depend on size, aspect, angle, target, surface material, coating, frequency, polarization. These factors are typically part of all standard radar calculations and independent of the exact site considerations. without including effective ground topology or specific building or terrain features. And so for that says that it's the same as a wind farm area. It's an unknown feature which they've used in their calculations. And I think if we go down to question 3, do you foresee any requirement for manual intervention to ensure that Terma can successfully mitigate a new wind farm development wind turbine spacing of greater than 500 metres? And it says, as mentioned previously, introducing new wind farms within radar coverage after entering operation require a new assessment and optimization of the radar. Inter-turbine spacing is only one parameter which, in combination with others, distance, layer and defined wind farm area, determine the impact of each wind turbine mitigation, i.e. an inter-turbine spacing of greater than 500 metres by itself is no guarantee of no impact.
Okay, and is there anything else in that table of questions and answers, Mr. Fido, which you wish to draw our attention to while we've got it before us?
So we can go to question 5, which again trying to look at the issue of coalescence at 500 metres, and the response is that high clutter levels in specific areas may have an impact on performance of a radar. Whether it gives rise to concern is up to the end user, and that's operational requirements. And so that I referred to earlier as the impacts of the local ground clutter environments that surround the wind turbines, and they will impact what that distance might or might not be. And so the point is, you can't just say it's 500 metres, thank you very much, tick. It is a case of, is it 500 metres or more? Yes. Are there any other factors that we need to consider before we consider that as being acceptable?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Fido. I've got no further questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Fido. Mr. Hardy, I don't intend to start cross-examination before lunch, but it would be helpful if you have a documents list that you intend to refer to if we know that now rather than
yes,
afterwards.
of course. Quite a lot to go at with Mr. Fido. So inquiry statement, the report that he prepared, his precognition, so just as basic documents. Then the APP 002, 4, 5 and 6, those are the cross-examination notes from Clockery, which we should have had from yesterday. 002, 016, Terma document CD 19.76, that's the table of cost and risk. Then 13.012, that's the Eurocontrol guidelines. And then CD 013.003, that's the Hansen paper. 013, 0015, 016 and 017, they are Terma documents. They deal with the Terma trials. CD 19.27, and then CAP 670. I mean that's to be found in lots of different places, but in particular, well, there's a number of references in that, so probably I'll just leave it at CAP 670 at the moment. I think that will do. There may be some more which come out of answers, but that's a fairly lengthy list, sir, but I hope that's helpful. Gives you time to get them ready.
Thank you. That is helpful. Okay, we will break now for lunch, returning at 1:30, please.
Okay.
Mr. Fido, please don't be in contact with any colleagues of Mr. Brown during the lunch break, but you're welcome to turn your video off and have a break like the rest of us. Okay?
Yes, understood, sir.
Lovely. Thank you. I'll see you all at 1:30.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can I just check, Mr. Brown, Mr. Hardy, are you with us?
Very much so.
Yes, sir.
Yes, all that. Excellent. Okay, Mr. Hardy, whenever you're ready, thank you.
Thank you very much. Then good afternoon, Mr. Fido. You presumably have heard the evidence that has been given so far at this at these inquiry sessions.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Hardy. That's correct.
You've heard all the evidence, have you?
Yes, I believe I've heard everything so far.
Your involvement then with the airport. You tell us a little bit about your background in your expert at the start of your expert report, but you don't tell us is the date and reason for your initial involvement with the airport. So could you just tell us that?
Do we mean the involvement within in reference to this inquiry, Mr. Hardy?
I mean both.
General terms.
I'll ask you the questions, both.
Okay. So I began my journey with Prestwick back in 2010, 2011, when they embarked on this journey many years ago. And I've worked with them on and off for many years over that period. And my involvement in the inquiry was given to me earlier this year.
Thank you. Do you know, you heard the question that I put to Mr. Kirkland. Was that after the airport had decided to object and we all knew we were coming to these inquiry sessions?
I believe that was the case, yes, sir.
So there's been talk, I think, of support for the airport, and in the particular circumstances of this appeal, that would be you're presented with an objection that's been put in, and then in the normal way as a consultant, you're asked, do you feel as though you are able to support the airport in that stance?
Yes, that's correct. And that follows on from the support I provided to them at Clockery as well.
Yes, okay. And presumably you're not under in terms of your contractual arrangements, because you've been, you say, involved with the airport for some time. You're not contracted, are you, to have to appear?
When you say contracted to appear, what do you mean exactly, sir?
Well, so in a contractor service that you've got with the airport, is there any obligation to appear at this inquiry as a part of that, or as a consultant, were you able to say, actually, independently, I can't support that reason for refusal, and I'm not going to appear?
That specific question wasn't put to me at all. No, I was commissioned by Dentons, who are representing the airport, to be an expert witness. And if I was asked the question, I would support it, because it's what I believe is the right thing to do in this particular case.
But you were never asked that question. Is that what you were saying, Mr. Fido? As I understood your evidence, you were never asked whether or not you were, as an independent witness, felt able to support the reason for refusal.
No, prior to that, I was asked if we would partake or not. We were given the opportunity not to, if we wished to, but I chose to.
Okay. So the reason for refusal, or the reason for objection, what came, I think, from Mr. Thompson, didn't he? He's the Mats, and his evidence was that, certainly taking that evidence of his with Mr. Kirkland, that he was the gentleman who took the overall view on the part of the airport to object.
I believe he would have taken the responsibility for doing that objection, yes.
Yeah, and that would be taking into account views of his team and the people around him. I think we established that he is a the man at the top of the pyramid looks to those below him to help. So it's a considered view, isn't it, from the man at the top?
Yes, I believe that's to be fair.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you didn't have any input. So you didn't have any input into the lodging of that objection before it was put in?
No input directly into that objection, but input into Mr. Thompson along the journey on technical issues or technical matters that represent the term of radar. But other
yes,
than
no, but specifically in relation to the objection to this proposal, which has resulted in these inquiries, you did not have any input. You didn't say, you know, my advice to you is to object on this basis. That wasn't something you did.
No, that's outside of my remit.
And you're obviously, I'm aware of Osprey. You are for these proceedings just a third-party consultant. So I put it to put the question: any decision about pursuit of an objection or indeed withdrawal of an objection wouldn't be for you, would it? You could advise, but it would be for the airport itself to do that.
That is correct. Our role is to advise, not to make decisions for the airport.
Yeah. And you then heard what Mr. Thompson had to say, and the 60,000 there or thereabouts, and the 3 steps, and that would put him in a position where he felt he was able to withdraw the objection. That's the airport, isn't it? They're the party that it's objecting, and it would therefore be Mr. Thompson acting on behalf of the airport to make that sort of decision.
I believe that to be the situation, yes.
Thank you very much. In terms of the table of costs and risks, as it's been called, it actually isn't a table of cost and risks, is it? Because there's no costings in it. It's a table of risk. You aren't providing any evidence, are you, of costings for any element on that table?
I have no involvement in any commercial aspects to all of this project. I'm purely technical input.
Well, not commercial in the I mean, commercial is a very broad term, isn't it? You aren't providing any evidence as to the cost of technical equipment that you may be aware of. So those elements that you can talk to in a technical sense, you aren't providing any evidence of costings to this reporter.
Not in the sense of that document, no.
Well, not in any sense, are you? I mean, it's a blanket point. There is no costing evidence from the airport at all, is there?
I can't comment on that because I don't know what they've provided or not provided in that sense.
Well, have you read the other witnesses' evidence?
I have, yes, and I understand that there are no costs in there, but
Thank you.
Well,
That's
as
all.
far as my knowledge goes.
That's fine, of course. So we can take it that if you've read those documents, as I have very carefully, there is no evidence of costings from the airport before this inquiry. And I mean, obviously we've got Ms. Kilpatrick to go tomorrow, but she doesn't produce any in her report of recognition. So I'd expect that to be the case by the end of the week. But so certainly so far as we are here now on Thursday afternoon, there's nothing financial from the airport at all.
From my perspective, I have no comment on that. That's Ms. Kilpatrick's area of expertise. So as far as I'm aware, no, I can't say it. So.
Well, it isn't, Mr. Fido, is it? Because commercial operations and the future growth strategy and all those sorts of things which might fall under the heading of commercial work, that is for Mrs. Kilpatrick. But you are saying, well, the world's changing. You might need to do this. You might need to do that, and there are risks which need to be dealt with. So you're the person, aren't you, that would be able to identify what kit or what sort of mitigation was required, and potentially cost it up. And you don't do that, do you?
No, we don't do that specifically. No, we if we were costing anything, it would generally be through a procurement exercise. We can give carte blanche sort of ROM indications from manufacturers if they ask for it, but that's about as far as it would go from my point of view at this stage.
Yeah, so what I'm interested in is obviously the planning process. At the moment, the airport doesn't give the reporter or indeed the ministers any assistance with what you might be asking the applicant to pay, do you? Nothing at all?
No, not in this case, no.
Thank you. In terms of the wind farm mitigation agreement, have you seen that? The current iteration of the wind farm mitigation agreement?
Is this between Sanquhar and the airport, do you mean?
Well, I don't know. In terms of the latest iteration, it's not specific, I think, to Sanquhar, that it's other people may get it as well. Have you seen the latest version of it?
No, that is not within my remit. That is airport business. It's not my business. And I wouldn't want to be involved in that business.
Well, that's interesting because you'd be asking, you're trying to support a case. The airport's case is that the applicant should be required to enter into a wind farm mitigation agreement. And what the airport is saying is that unless that happens, we are going to continue to object, and that should be a reason for refusing permission. And in that, I assume you're hoping that there would be payment for items which you say may be necessary in the future. So to that extent, what's in the wind farm mitigation agreement, how it's structured, what money is to be used for, is of importance to you, isn't it?
No, the costs and the associated with it are of no importance to me. As I say, my role is to indicate to the airport where their technical risks are and what those risks might be, for them to decide at what level they need to deal with that.
Well, leave aside the costs then. What about the whether or not items of kit which you think may be necessary would be procured pursuant to that wind farm mitigation agreement? Surely that's a matter of concern to you.
It's not a matter of concern. It's a matter of me providing the airport with the right information, with the right technologies that are available to them to resolve specific issues that may result from it, and they can be variable depending on the individual circumstances, as we described before.
Do you know what? Let's just suspect.
Mr. Hardy, if you can hear me, you've just frozen and the sound has gone. So you might need to try and you're back.
Can you hear
Very
and
curious.
Can you hear and see me, sir? I don't know. Just
yes. I think it was one of those momentary blips, but anyway, please continue. Thanks.
Hesitate to say screen blanking, but as long as you can hear me, I was going to say, if we suspend disbelief and the applicant was to sign the wind farm mitigation agreement, as the airport wants us to do, what would it get for its money?
Well, that would depend on what it is that they need to do, doesn't it? So it could be a number of different things, really. It could be a number of different technologies. It could be upgrades to the current system. It could be additional technology. It could be any number of things, really.
Well, what we do know is that it's a payment per megawatt, and that's so it's a turbine tax, which obviously we'll pick up with Ms. Kilpatrick tomorrow. But I want to know whether you know if that wind farm mitigation agreement was entered into what that would actually mean. What would it result in? Or if you don't know, just say so.
I do not know. No.
You don't know.
No.
Okay. As I said at the start, I'll ask each witness those questions because it's going to come back in closing. So I'll leave that there. Mr. Fido, you appeared at the Clockery inquiry, and there is a transcript of the cross-examination. Gave a heads up of that, so that's at CD 002-006. I wonder if we could have a look at that, please.
Sorry, what was the reference again, Mr. Hardy?
That's CD. It's an APP document. So that's APP 002-006.
Yep. I have that.
And I indicated I'd take witnesses to this. Have you had the chance to read it again or watch the video again?
I've read through this transcript again, yes.
Thank you. And just a basic question, is there anything that you felt was inaccurately recorded, wrong, want to change your mind on, or can we just take it as the starting point?
No, you can take that as a starting point, Mr. Hardy. Quite happy with that.
Thank you. On page 1,
This is the electronic page 1, sorry.
I've got a handwritten, hand transcribed numbering system, but it's page 1, electric page 1. I think electronic page 1, I think, is the same thing.
Okay.
Five up from the 5 paragraphs up from the bottom, you see EM, who is the advocate, and a phrase or a question which begins, but do you remain, but do you maintain your position? Do you see that?
Yep, I do, yeah.
So the question was, but do you maintain your position from paragraph 2 of your precognition that all decisions in relation to the airport's radar must accord with the regulatory requirements at the time the decisions are made, rather than what the regulations may be at some point in the future? And you say yes.
That's correct.
Order making decisions today have to comply with the regulations today. Can't guarantee what's going on in the future, and to do so might not allow you to get the approval of that in the first instance. That answer would apply here at Sanquhar as well, wouldn't it?
That's the general application, yes, that you would comply with the rules that are current today, yes, in the first instance. But to be clear that as time progresses, those regulatory changes must then be addressed as they go forward.
That's in the tailpiece to that answer is the problem, isn't it? You can only make your decision now, and or the decision based on materials now, and that is against the regulatory framework as it persists at the time the decision is made, whether that's the early part of 2022 or whenever it is. That's the only way you can do it, isn't it?
That is based on today, yes.
Yeah. What you can't do is say, oh, well, we may be seeking to regulate UAVs or drones or whatever else it is in 2036, and somehow we're going to preempt what that may or may not be. You can't do that, can you?
You can't take decisions today on that at the moment, but what you do is you look at what's coming up in the future and you start to prepare yourself for it.
Yes.
So it's not a case of just saying we can't deal with it. We have to prepare for it because we know these things are going to come because the CAA tell us they're going to come.
Yeah, that's a matter for the airport in terms of its operational requirements. One of the things that is missing from your, it's not meant in any pejorative way, but you're not a planning consultant. You've got no real experience in your CV in planning matters.
No, I don't deal with that sort of thing.
No. So whether or not or how the planning system works in terms of decision making, and whether you look at decisions to be made now or not, that's not anything that you could comment on, is it?
No, not in this particular role, no.
No. Well, is there any role that you say you can comment on? Because the proposition will be this, that what happens in the future, what's things which are which an airport may have to govern or deal with in the future, but which aren't referable to a development proposal now, aren't something that the applicant should be burdened with. It's a very straightforward proposition.
So,
prepared to agree with that?
In my role as a technical advisor, I would foresee through the CAA websites and their publications of technical things that might change. I could advise the airport if they require me to on what those changes might involve.
Yeah,
different how they address that. That's as you say, that's airport business.
Yes, airport business, exactly. It's not the matter for the planning system because applicants can't be burdened with that. There are things change, airports. You choose to run an airport, you've got to run it properly. Of course you do, but that's not something that you can stick an applicant with at this stage. What we've got to do is look at the impacts caused by this development and mitigate them. That's the nature of the planning system, isn't it?
I have no knowledge of the planning system, Mr. Hardy, so I'll take your word on that matter.
Well, I can pick that up in submissions. That's fine. So, in your transcript, if we could move on to internal page 10.
Yes.
And in the top left-hand corner, DF, that's yourself. You start with no. So in terms of optimization, can you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Thank you. That paragraph's interesting. It's a little summary of how optimization works, and we can come back to that. But I'm really interested in the second part of that page. So EM, okay, I wanted to touch on wind turbines and some existing wind farms that are there at the moment and get your evidence on those. What probability of detection have you been able to achieve over the Desalak wind farm? You say, my understanding is the trials that they did, they achieved a good level of detection. Yes. A little more specific, please. I don't recall exactly what the number was, but it was enough. It met the airport's requirement, higher than 90%. I should think so. Yes, definitely. Are there any wind farms within the airport's controlled airspace where the level of detection is less than 90%? Not aware of any of those at this moment in time. No. So in all cases where term has been involved, the probability of detection has exceeded 90%, and I believe that to be the case. Yes. That remains your, you said you checked, that remains your evidence, doesn't it?
I see no reason to change that statement, no.
Thank you. I've asked for the the results of the PD over or from those tests. Have you seen them?
I haven't seen the specific detail of them.
So when you say that it is over 90% or higher than 90%, you say you should think so definitely. What did you see when you were making that statement?
So those are based with conversations with the airport and the airport air traffic management, air traffic engineering staff.
And did they tell you how far over 90% they were? Because what was the who was the conversation? Who was let me just if I could ask that question. Who were the conversations with?
So there's been conversations with Mr. Thompson and his air traffic engineering staff.
So with Mr. Thompson and his staff.
Yeah.
And I don't know when they were. Is it a case that you can't recall the detail, or are you telling the reporter that you had a conversation where you simply left it at, well, it was above 90% and you didn't go any further?
That's basically it. Yeah, I didn't need to go any further. If they tell me that's what they've achieved, that's what they've told me they've achieved. So that's sufficient.
It could be. I mean, in that range, obviously 90% is what's required, but we could be talking 96, 97, couldn't we?
It could be, yes, possibly.
Thank you. And it raises an interesting question, which I might pick up now. It's on the basis of calculation. And if I could just do with it in this general way, there is a discussion that you and Mr. Parkinson were having, or in the reports, there was a difference in view about where you draw your boundary around what's to be measured. So whether you draw it tightly around the turbine or whether you draw it with a buffer zone or around the wind farm. And that will have an impact, won't it, on the figures which go into the equation. Obviously, that will have an impact on the resultant PD figure.
Yes, of course it will.
Yeah. So when these tests were done, were they done using the Terma and Mr. Parkinson's basis of calculation, or were they doing your more tightly drawn circumscription of the turbines?
Well, I wasn't specifically involved in those particular trials, but my suspicion is that they were done on the latter of the mechanism prescribed by Mr. Parkinson. Yes.
Sorry, well, that was the former, not the latter. So just to be clear, so Terma and Mr. Parkinson are saying one thing, you're saying something different. So are you saying that you are on the tests that it would have been the Terma methodology that was being used?
I would suggest that was the case, yes.
Right. Well, if that's right, why would you hold the Sanquhar turbines to a higher test? If the airport is satisfied, and part of its CAA safety case is that you've PD tested 90% as being passed on the Terma modelling, why would you try and stick this applicant with a higher test?
It's not a higher test at all. It's the same test. The difference is that the explanation was to show the actual impact on the radar by the specific turbines.
Well, that's not fair, with respect. Well, that's not fair. With respect, Mr. Fide, if I can put it in this way, because if the Terma methodology is going to be used for the CAA safety case, and that's what satisfies the airport in relation to those other wind farms, why on earth would you want to apply a different test to show something different for the Sanquhar turbines? If it's good for the others, it's good for Sanquhar, isn't it?
So the actual test, which is the flight trial, will be a similar test. But what this is showing is what the
calculations I'm talking about, Mr. Fide, you know I am. I'm talking about the calculations.
Yes, but the difference in the two calculations are quite fundamental. Is my calculations are showing the impact of the impacted turbines only, and not the other wind turbines which aren't impacting the radar at all, and that's a completely different matter. So it's kind of like saying, it's kind of like saying, if I've got 0% PD over this wind farm in this little area, but for the rest of the 40 nautical miles covers, I've got 90%, it's acceptable, but it's not, because you've got this hole in your cover. So you have to be specific when you're dealing with these things. And you have to work out what the actual impact is going to be in the worst case scenario. And then when you test it, you work out how much of that is acceptable by doing the flight trial.
Yeah, that's not fair, is it, Mr. Fido? Because none of that was done according to you, in relation to the other turbines. So the Terma Parkinson model was used for those other turbines. That led the airport to say, and you to agree, greater than 90% PD. What you're seeking to do is to come up with a higher level of failure, or a different figure by manipulating the boundary, and that makes the Sanquhar turbines look worse. That is a differential treatment, isn't it, of these turbines?
If you wish to put it like that, that is true. But what I'm just showing you is what the actual impact is because of the mechanisms of the radar and the turbines. And
it is how I put it, because the airport presumably is using the Terma Parkinson model for its CAA safety case. Therefore, the Sanquhar turbines of this applicant can expect, can't they, that the same assumptions and modelling is used.
Yes, and the end result will probably be of a similar nature, I've no doubt. But
So,
we still have to calculate what the predicted worst case would be, so that we understand what that might be. We don't know that it will be, but that's the worst case that we might expect.
so have you done that for all those other turbines?
I haven't done that for those other turbines, no.
Well, there's the problem. Then,
I did
Mr.
it for
Fido.
all three, and I've done it
Well,
for
hold
this.
on, let me ask the question, Mr. Fido. You haven't done that exercise, have you, for any of the other turbines which the airport and you've agreed are acceptable because they achieve a 90% PD for the CAA safety case?
I haven't, no. I haven't, no, because I wasn't involved in those particular wind turbines.
Right. It's not information that the airport needs to get the CAA sign off. If you were going to have like for like, then presumably you would do that same calculation for those turbines as well.
Yes, we could do.
Yeah, but it wouldn't make any difference because the airport has chosen the 90% PD rate on the Terma Parkinson model, and it's on that basis that it wants to go to the CAA. So you needn't waste your time, need you?
Well, I think it's important because there's a subtle difference in the terminology of PD and what my model is showing. My model is showing the probability of resolution of two different targets and the impact that the turbine would have on the resolution. So it's taken what was done before to another stage of understanding of what the impacts are likely to be.
What are you asking the airport to do with that information?
To understand what the impacts could be and where the risks of those impacts might come, and to ensure that when they've put their things in place, they put the right things in place to overcome them and make sure they don't cause.
Will that have any impact on the parameters that the airport want to employ for its CAA safety case sign-off?
There's a potential to. It's not necessarily true, but it all depends on the full results of the whole process. It's not all based on modelling. Modelling is just the first stage to indicate possibility.
Just on that modelling. So if that's right, are you going to go back on all these other turbines and say to the airport, actually, your predication, it may be wrong, because actually you need to go back and be concerned about something that I've got my own little model, and actually you need to do that and you need to tell the CAA about it. Is that what's going to happen?
I don't know if that's going to happen. It might happen. I doubt it very much because it's already been proved to be okay. What we're just saying now is that we have greater understanding of it. We're learning lessons as we go forward, and we're applying what we know now. It's
okay. Well, if I run with the doubt it, because it's proved to be okay, on the doubt it proved to be okay test, Sanquhar would be achieving 90% PD, wouldn't it?
It would achieve 90% PD, no doubt.
Thank you.
The proof will be in the flight trial and not in the modelling. But the modelling is showing, the modelling is showing the resolution capability. So to put it into context, when we talked about earlier the issue with clutter and the issue with the new screen after Terma is in place, to remove the clutter is what Terma will do. But once you've removed the clutter, you are then able to fly over that wind farm with aircraft because there's no clutter and you don't have to fly around it because you can't see it. But the impact on that system now is that if an aircraft flies over a wind farm and it happens to be in a situation as per my modelling where the aircraft cannot be resolved from the turbine, it will then drop that track from the display. So you'll have a different effect from the clutter. You'll have lost tracks, or in some cases, you might have track seduction because of it.
All very good, Mr. Fido. I've got my answers. Thank you. So capacity next, and over the page, that's internal page 12 of the cross-examination. In simple terms, as simple terms as possible, halfway down the page, some implication from some of the evidence over the last couple of days, term reaching capacity, trying to understand how much capacity is available. Do you know roughly what percentage capacity is still available? And then you said this, I don't know specifically what the figure would be, but yes, there's capacity there at this time. Inference of reduction of shortage of capacity in the future is a different thing. I think what they said is that the capacity that's available is being occupied, and it will always be occupied. And in the future, should the airport's capacity increase, that they need to do their operating with, which is not the wind farms, not all the ground clutter, it's the real work that they do. If that increases and it starts to become a problem where this other capacity that's been taken away is impacting its ability to do that, that's a problem they're seeking to assure against. And it says, Mr. Rees document that it's self-adapting. So if it sees there's more requirement for more application for real aircraft returns, it will start to discard those that aren't necessary and so on and so forth. There's no capacity problem, is there, for Sanquhar 2 at the moment?
There's no capacity for Sanquhar 2 as it stands at the moment. No, that is quite correct.
When you say no capacity, there's no capacity problem for Sanquhar 2 at the moment?
No, not right at this moment in time. That would be correct. But that is not the issue that's being discussed in that statement.
No. Just want to be clear. I said there is no, just for the note, I said that there is no capacity problem. You said that there is no capacity. I just want to just get your answer on the tape. There is no capacity problem so far as Sanquhar's concerned at the moment, is there?
So to answer your question, the capacity that's available now to accommodate Sanquhar 2, there is sufficient capacity at this moment in time. Yes.
Thank you very much. I want to just, we could just continue with the transcript and then we'll go to some of the term of documents in a while. But over the page 13, halfway down that page, Mr. McLaren asks this. He says, for the purposes of this particular inquiry, so the Clockery inquiry, the reporter doesn't have to be concerned about the level of capacity this wind farm would use up within the existing term. Does he? And he, but no, you said I'd imagine there's sufficient for this one, but that's not what we're talking about. So that's the same answer you're giving, isn't it? So as of the date you gave evidence of Clockery, the date you're giving today, that's all fine. You're talking about something else.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Now, that's something else. On page 12, my understanding of that, of your answer, is that the real work that the radar is being asked to do is the aviation movements. And what you're saying is, well, it's in the event that the aviation movements pick up the real work that's being done, that, well, that capacity is being eaten up by turbines and other things there. That's where the problem could come forward. Is that a proper understanding?
Yes, I believe that is a reasonable understanding. So at the moment, there is a capacity. Some of that capacity is being taken up by wind turbines at the moment. The capacity is there for the airport's proper business, and you're taking the capacity away by putting turbines in there. And as the number of turbines increase, that capacity increases, and it reduces the capacity that's remaining to the airport to grow and use their own business for.
Yes. So the issue there is the growth of the airport. So the airport's future expansion and its potential impact on plane movements that you're concerned about.
That is the primary concern, but we must remember it's not just about the airplanes that are movements in and out of Prestwick. It's also the other aircraft that will be in that volume.
Of course.
Are other people. So there are other aircrafts that are of interest to be detected and seen. And
that's fine. That's fine. That's a very fair caveat. But the important point from that paragraph is really, it's the real work that they do. It's the aviation movements that's the concern. So putting it another way, if you've got capacity being eaten up. If there was a 50-fold, let's take an absolutely mad example, a 50-fold increase in aviation traffic movements, that would be your concern, that somehow there isn't capacity for those.
I couldn't be precise on the numbers, but it's that increase versus the capacity that's being used by other things that aren't relevant. And it's the balance between the two.
I wasn't suggesting 50-fold growth as a figure. I'm just suggesting 10, 20, whatever it is. But my point is that you would have to have a very significant increase in the number of aviation movements that are being tracked. That's where you think the capacity problem is.
Yes, and that's predicated on the amount of capacity that's used for other things that aren't supposed to be used for aviation capacity. Yes.
And the airport hasn't produced any evidence of growth in aviation yet. We've got, of course, Mrs. Kilpatrick, there's one last opportunity to do that, but for that proposition to be made good, the reporter and ministers would have to be satisfied there was going to be such a growth in those aviation movements as to cause the sort of problem you're talking about, wouldn't it? It's got to be evidence-based.
Yes, it would have to happen within the 40 years of that wind farm, yes.
Yes, but there would have to be evidence that that is what was going to happen. And at the moment, there isn't any. I'll be blunt about it. And it would have to be an evidence-based concern, wouldn't it?
It would have to be evidence-based. And I believe that Mr. Kirkland puts forward some indication of what those evidences might come from in the future.
Well, I don't think he did. And I can make my submissions on that, of course. Over the page, if we may, then to page 15. And these are the reporters' questions. So halfway down page 15, the question of optimization. I think I understand it, but is optimization at its heart a balance between clutter and probability of detection? So that if you turn the dial down on the amount of false targets you receive, then you're also going to reduce the amount of probability of detecting aircraft. And it's really a question of balancing those two factors. Real simplification, but, and then you say, yeah, no, I understand that's to the lay, that's the basic principle of optimization, is to get the best probability of detection globally you can from the Earth system entirely. In terms of wind time, slightly different, slightly more technical, because where the turbine is, you will have not probability of detection because of the physical presence of it. So you have to take that little piece of airspace away that turbine belongs to, and so because the physical size of it and the impact on the radar beam, we sort of use the torch analogy as a simple approach, but it takes away some of the energy that goes behind the turbine's impact on the amount of energy that's left beyond. It's a very long sentence, Mr. Fido, but the sense of that, of course, is that it's a balance, isn't it? What you're doing is you're dialing down one part, but you want to maintain safety on the other.
In simple terms, there's two different things at play there. So if you take a natural primary radar environment where there are no wind turbines, for example, then the simple balance is between the amount of clutter and the detection of aircraft, real aircraft in terms of real returns. The balance that the turbines bring to it is that they raise that balance significantly. And yes, it is a balancing act in the processing to determine which is the best processing for those turbines. And in the case of Terma, there are two effectively different processing terms within there. One of them is essentially just video blanking, and that's a process that was done on primary radars before Terma turned up.
Yep.
And so Terma are coming along and saying, we can take some of the turbines out and we can track them and we can keep them back, and so you don't see them. But in other cases that can't be done, and they have to blank the turbine out completely. And that is just in a black hole, if you like, in the coverage, of which there'll be no detection whatsoever. So the clutter's gone in that case, the detection is gone in that case, but the areas around it are still subject to the same balancing process.
Yeah, I'm familiar with all of that. I've dealt with non-auto initialization zones, NAIZs, and all the rest of it, but it's just the basic principle.
Sorry, it's not a non-auto initiation zone. It's a complete video blanking. It's a different thing altogether.
No, I said I'm familiar with that. I've dealt with a number of these different techniques, including NAIZs. I've dealt with blanking and so on. I was just a general point about the balance that has to be struck between what the reporter was getting at was turning down one part but the turning down the dial and the amount of false targets you receive and making sure that you still have safety on the other side of the equation. That's the general principle, isn't it?
In normal coverage volumes, yes. It's not quite the same in a wind farm environment. I'm afraid it's a bit more difficult than that.
Well, we'll come on to the detail of that in a moment. The question of risk is dealt with in, we can turn to it if you want, CAP 670, but it's I'll put the question to you, and if we need to go to the document, we do. It's not elimination of all risk, is it? The question of risk is about tolerable risk. So the aim, obviously, the ideal is to have no risk at all. But what the CAA require providers to do is have a freedom from an unacceptable risk of harm or tolerable risk.
That is the basic principle of risk management in terms of this particular environment. Yes, that is correct. Yes.
And tolerable risk is that kind of balance, isn't it? Where it's not, you can't have any risk. There has to be a balance between what is achievable and proportionate, but nevertheless maintain safety. And that's where the variability in the word tolerable comes into play.
Yes. So the question is, where is tolerable? So if you take the scenario that is also in that document, that you start with a level of risk which is tolerable. You introduce something else into that environment, such as wind turbines or other things that might impact that level of tolerable, and it will increase the risk by a certain amount depending on what that impact is. And then what you need to do then is to apply some further mitigation or control to that impact to try to bring that risk back down to where it was before. The result is that you can never come back down to that original level of tolerability. You'll always be slightly higher than that, and you'll always have an increased risk because of those changes. The point is that you reduce it as low as you can to what is acceptable, or even sometimes to a case where it has to be reviewed regularly to maintain it, to make sure that other things aren't impacting or influencing those particular risks.
Yeah, that's not quite right, though, is it, Mr. Friday? Because you make that point in 1.2, paragraph 5 of your report. If coverage of the original radar isn't required to meet operational requirements, then loss of coverage would be less important, wouldn't it? So it isn't right to say that you are trying to get back to the position as without what it was before. There is a balance to be struck between the operational significance of the airspace and the impact.
I think the difference there is that you're talking about the performance of the radar as opposed to the performance of the risk. The risk is a different thing.
No, not at all. What the airport has done, it has an ability to set its operational requirements. So in other words, it sets its acceptable, tolerable level of risk, and what it does is said that that's at 90% PD for the controller. That's where that level of risk is set, isn't it?
Well, that's a performance value, which then is used to understand what the level of remaining risk is.
Yeah.
So it's only one factor of that risk. It's a performance figure for the radar.
All right. Well, let's look at the radar then in a little bit more detail, and I'm interested. You give us some insight into your involvement in the Copenhagen trials in your documents. I just want to have a look at the Hansen paper, which is at CD 013-003.
Yep.
And see, this is a paper dealing with the testing of a Sanquhar 4002 over various wind farms. So the Horns Rev 1-2 and the Lillgrund offshore wind farm. And if we could turn to, well, on the first page, the last paragraph, radar configuration. the network, last paragraph, the network radar video processed by the embedded tracker 2, ET2 knowledge-based auto-adaptive probabilistic radar tracker, which integrates with most of the Sanquhar family of radar sensors. That's an older version, isn't it? That's not what the, or there have been upgrades to the tracker since these tests were undertaken.
I believe that that is true, yes, of the tracker.
Yeah,
but not necessarily true of the one that's specifically at the airport, and probably probably not specifically true as the one that's at. There have been some upgrades, but not full upgrades to what they are today. No.
So I mean, that cuts both ways, doesn't it? So in terms of the what the airport has procured, are you saying it is the same or different to the scanner that was in being used in the test in this Hansen paper?
As far as I'm aware, it's a later version than the one that's used in this paper. Yes.
It's a later version, and that's an improved version, isn't it? In terms of the...
It is, as far as I know, but I don't think it's all about the ET2 tracker. There's lots of other things that have changed.
Right. Look over the page to internal page 3.
Yep.
And we've got video considerations and possibility to mask out the wind turbines in the produced video. And then top of that second column on page 3, on the other hand, by allowing the wind turbine video to be extracted as plots used in the tracker, can be identified as static targets. Once established as static targets, high association likelihood to new plots overlapping, reduces the possible plot track associations. And then for the Horn rev test with the ET2, we found that letting the wind turbine video through results in better tracking performance. This is due to the fact that almost every turbine is resolved in the radar video, and there's still significant room in between turbines for target plots. That is, there's a small probability of coalescence between a target plot and a wind turbine plot. But since the ET2 can maintain more than 1,000 concurrent internal tracks, the additional processor load from maintaining track on less than 200 static wind turbines beside moving targets is not a limiting factor. So there's a number of points coming from that. There are two options, aren't there? One, you can let the video run. One, you can switch off. And what we'll come on to the Lilgrund example in a minute. But what they found was that there was sufficient inter-turbine spacing with the Horns Revs wind farm that actually allowing the turbine video through resulted in better tracking performance. They were able to discern the individual turbines, weren't they?
In that particular trial, for the excuse me, for the majority, that is true, but not for all of those turbines. Some of them they weren't allowed to let through. Okay, well, that's all I'm doing is reading the report, but as a general principle, that's good. Okay, the ET2 could maintain more than 1,000 concurrent internal tracks. You had a discussion with Mr. Brown this morning, and I'm going to suggest that you were wrong about your description of the link between plots and tracks, and indeed plots is rather a red herring, and I say that for this reason. The spec is 1,000 plots per second, isn't it? That's correct, yes.
Yeah, so actually for a complete 4-second rotation, because that's how long it takes for the radar to rotate, that would be 4,000 plots.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, so we're not in the figures this morning, when you're dealing with 1,000, that's not right. Actually, it's quadruple that, because you've got to take into account the fact that that's 1,000 per second.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. That's true.
Thank you very much. So you also said that the 500 tracks, the output, that didn't include internal wind turbine tracks, does it? So that's the end result. What's going on inside the box is taken away. So actually, it's 500 additional tracks.
No, that's not quite specifically true. In fact, when they refer to plots in this instance and they refer to internal tracks, they're actually talking about the same thing. The plots are the derivation of the video, which is a plot in its own right. And what the term radar does, it then tracks those plots. So all those plots internally are tracked. So when it's talking about tracks, it's talking about tracked plots, not tracks in the same discussion as talking about the external tracks.
Right.
So they are different form, in fact, within there. It's not quite correct what this document is saying.
You're saying the term of document's not right?
The terminology has been confused, yes, slightly, or misunderstood in some way, yes.
Well, I'm not sure that's right, Mr. Fido. The situation is that you were wrong this morning, weren't you, in relation to plots per second. So the idea that when figures like 1,000 plots was being bounded around, the suggestion being, well, there's this number of turbines, you might be banging up against the limit. That's wrong, because actually that should have been a 4,000 plot figure, shouldn't it?
Yes, it could be. Yes, you're quite right.
Well, it's not could be. It is, isn't it? I'm right. There is a 4-second rotation. Therefore, it would never be 1,000. It would be always be 4,000.
It would, in the case of the application that we have, yes.
Well, hold on a minute. We're not talking about anything else. You were giving evidence to Mr. Brown this morning. We're only interested in this inquiry, this machine, and this development. It's 4,000, isn't it?
Yes, that's what they're saying. It's up to 4,000 because it's per second.
So we could, where your evidence was incorrect this morning, we can strike that through, can't we? Because otherwise it would be, there's a danger in people making decisions on incorrect evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Turn over the page then to the Horns Rev test results. So that's internal page 4. And you'll see it's under figure 6. So zooming in on the tracks, 2 coasting updates, but this is demonstrating figure 7 where the track is maintained on the GA7 as it flies towards Horn Rev 1 and makes a 55-degree turn and passes over. The complete tracking sequence is available online. In short, you can see the plane, can't you?
In that example, yes, you can.
Thank you. Then the Copenhagen airport tests are under section 6. So to test a wide variety of aircraft, they then looked at wind farms, which included the Lillgren wind farm, which is one of the offshore wind farms. So Copenhagen airport, one of the busiest airports in Scandinavia, dense air traffic, located close to several large offshore wind farms, of which the largest is Lillgren. And then we get this: due to size constraints in this region, the wind farm layout is dense, with an interturbine distance of 300 to 350 meters. The density of wind turbines in Lillgrund is this approximately 3 to 4 times larger than for Horn Rev 1 and 2. So in other words, the turbines are closer together by a factor of 3 to 4. Yeah.
Yep.
And what the difference that made was the non-thresholded video of a Lillgrund is shown, figure 8. But however, for the Lillgrund case, it turned out to be hard to maintain an internal static track for each wind turbine. From scan to scan, they often coalesce with neighbouring turbine plots. Moreover, the large density of plots detectors a very large clutter density in the area by the clutter density estimator in the ET2. So what that leads to at the top of the next page is track seduction for aircraft passing over the wind farm, as an air track may associate with a wind turbine plot instead. So they did something different, didn't they, for Lillgrund? And we can see that at the top of page 5, it leads to blanking. This is the other option. Tracks can be maintained quite easily over the wind farm, albeit the probability of detection goes down, because most commercial air traffic passing by only manoeuvres very slightly. For inbound tracks, probability of plot detection 96%. Inside the wind farm, it dropped to 58%. And then the discussion by including the static wind turbines in the internal tracking process, you can maintain a track on the manoeuvring light aircraft passing over Horns Rev 1 and 2. Maintaining internal tracks imposes an extra load on the tracker, but that was easily accommodated. But then for wind farms with a smaller inter-turbine distance, the best tracking performance achieved by doing something different, by masking out the wind turbines in the radar video. Although the masking reduces the probability of detection from 96 to 58%, still possible to maintain track on a large majority, 92% of all aircraft passing over the wind farm. So Lilgrund, do something different. It's not unsafe. You can still track the large majority of the aircraft, but it's a product, isn't it? We're told by Terma of the greater density, the 3 to 4 times higher density of the Lilgrund wind farm.
In the case that they provided, yes, they've done what we suggested, is that because of the coalescence of the turbines, they blanked the turbines out completely, which means the ET2 tracker cannot maintain an internal track on the turbine anymore, so it can only maintain a track on a true aircraft.
Yeah, that isn't. Go on.
However, what it doesn't state there, and in that example, as you can see on the right-hand picture, is that the aircraft was fortunate to plot in the spaces between the turbines, and in a different attitude or in a different location, that could have easily tracked over the blanked areas, and in that case, it wouldn't have maintained the track at all. It would have lost it. And the other point is that the term to maintain a track is not the same as being able to establish a track. So if you'd lost a track or something that appeared within that area, you would not be able to establish it initially, and it would be a delayed establishment. So although that publicly looks as good as it can be, it is the best case scenario. And we have to look at worst case scenarios so we can understand what the worst case might be.
Exactly. So what you do when you do your test, to go back to your cross-examination at Clockery and the answers you've already given me, is you do your tests here at Glasgow Prestwick, and you're achieving in excess of 90%. So you're in the Horns Rev category, aren't you, where you don't have to blank, you can see your turbines individually, and your PD is in excess of what's required.
Yes, and that's again determined by how the flight trial's thrown is.
Yes, thank you very much for that. That is very clear. It leads on to a discussion that was had in relation to the Terma Q&A. So that's the questions that were put to Mr. Rees after the Clockery inquiry. So if we could turn to those.
Could I have a reference, please?
Yeah, that is it's 002 APP 002 0016.
Okay.
Just make sure everybody's got that. Make sure the porter's got that. Do you have that, sir?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Good. So the number of questions, and one of those things that was being asked was relating to the interturbine spacing, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Yeah. And you went through a number of the questions with Mr. Brown this morning, but having looked at the Terma documentation, it's quite clear why you would do that, because the greater the interturbine, obviously there are other things, don't get me wrong. There's the distance from the radar head, there's all of that. But nevertheless, interturbine spacing is of importance, isn't it? Because the greater the greater the spaces between the turbines, what the test paper tells you is that the greater the likelihood of Terma being able to discern individual turbines rather than seeing them as en masse. That's the importance of it, isn't it?
On a standalone statement, that would be true, but
yeah.
you have to plug in all the different environmental effects that might change those.
Of course you do. And when you go into the answers, one of the questions that you didn't go to was question 3. So once the Terma radar is in operation, do you foresee any requirement for manual intervention to ensure the Terma radar can successfully mitigate a new wind farm development with interturbine spacing of greater than 500 meters? within the declared operational coverage? If so, what manual intervention is required? And as the response from Terma is this, as mentioned in the previous responses, introducing new wind farms within radar coverage after entering operation requires a new assessment and optimization of the radar. Inter-turbine spacing is only one parameter, which in combination with others, distance, layout, define wind farm area, determine the impact effect of wind turbine mitigation, i.e. an inter-turbine spacing of greater than 500 meters by itself is no guarantee of no impact. So all well and good, it's not the silver bullet. But as sure as eggs is eggs, if turbines are further apart, then the easier it is for Terma to discern individual turbines. That's a straightforward proposition, isn't it?
It is a straightforward proposition. I did refer to this question in Mr. Brown's evidence, and the point is that the only point I was making is that what is stated there, you can't just say 500 meters is the marker. It is whatever it is, we have to work out whether that's good enough or not.
Yes, but one thing we can find, one thing we can look to is our agreement that PD in excess of 90% was achieved for all of the existing wind farms close to GPA, and they are approximately the same sort of distance as Sanquhar would be. Do you know what the inter-turbine spacing at those existing wind farms and turbines is?
I haven't measured them all individually, no, but they are also different size turbines and they're in different ground environments to that of Sanquhar.
Of course, there's all those other considerations. We're not saying it's the silver bullet, but I am saying it's important. Do you know what the inter-turbine spacing is of those wind farms?
I haven't looked at them specifically, no.
Do you know what the inter-turbine spacing is at Sanquhar? And if I tell you that there is an average of 600 plus meters for the inter-turbine spacing, it goes up to 790 odd. Would you be prepared to accept? We can put a table in if you like, but they are all in excess of 500 meters.
Some of them are in excess of 500 meters, that is correct.
All are.
However,
all are in excess, Mr. Fido. There aren't any that aren't.
That's fine, but you have to define what that 500 meters means. Is it 500 meters in range, or is it 500 meters in azimuth?
No.
No. The two are very important because they both impact on what it is. So if you've got two turbines, if you've got two turbines at the same range, and they're less than the distance of two beam widths apart, then they will become one single turbine and not two. And so that is why the mechanism that I've put forward is to show that turbine spacing is very important and it has to be right. And if it's not right, it can have other effects. And also those other effects are impounded by inter-turbine effects, such as ground clutter, which, although you've got your turbines at more than what you think is the acceptable limit, these things then block that gap and create problems within them, which then changes how the Terma radar has to be processed, which then brings into the other factors that then impact it. So I'm not saying it's not going to work, Mr. Hardy. What I'm saying is that we have to understand all of those parameters and understand where those impacts are going to be, so that we can make sure that when we have implemented it properly, it will do the very best job it can do. That's the
number of points there, Mr.
And that's there to help the developer to progress forward with what we're trying to do. And that's the whole point. We're not trying to say it won't work. We're just trying to show where we have to deal with it and how we have to deal with it.
Well, we've agreed it will work, Mr. Fido, in terms of 90%. So that isn't a problem for this reporter. My question was rather simpler, and it was this: accepting all of those other factors, distance, layout, defined wind farm area, all of that inter-turbine spacing is a material consideration. And so far as Terma is concerned, leave all the other things to take into account as well. There's lots of variables, but their threshold or the threshold that they pick out is 500 meters. And the simple point was that all of the turbines inter-turbine spacing at Sanquhar is in excess of 500. That's the point.
Yeah, so the point is the 500 meters was based on a completely different environment. And 500 meters is not an exact measurement, it's an indication. And you have to work out what the exact interspacing is to be sure. You can't just say, we've built it more than 500 meters, it's okay, because it's not as simple as that, I'm sorry.
All right. So we'll just take it. We'll just take a note, and we'll probably leave it there. The turbines in. We'll put the table in, Mr. Fido, so you've got it. But all the turbines at Sanquhar in excess of 500 meters. Yes, you're absolutely right. You need to look at the individual circumstances, and your evidence is that you can't say what the interturbine spacing was on the other wind farms that were tested and achieved a 90% PD. Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair summary at this point, yes.
Yep. That'll do for me. Right, let's turn to the flight trials, if we may. So just CD 1316 is the first of those.
Yep.
Actually, no, we can go to CD 1315, which is the that's the Edinburgh trial.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Sorry, what was that?
I said, yes, that's a good one.
Okay, we'll go to both of them. So we can see both of these documents that Nat's produced. They're in a similar format. You turn into the documents. Section 5 tells you where the existing wind farms are. So Pates Hill, Fallager Rig. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see a picture of the plane, which was used, a PA-31 Chieftain Navajo.
Yep.
And got the flight trial serials. 9 is the traffic over the wind farm area, so typical example. Then you get to the summary at section 11.
Yep.
And the result of all the tests, 45 nautical miles, very high 90s, weren't they?
They were in that particular result, yes.
Yeah, and at 26 they were even higher.
Yes.
And there was an ability to, in terms of the Nat's write-up, that the Terma system capable of detecting a small target, defined obviously by that plane at that distance, as Nats were prepared to describe that as a small target. Yeah.
Yes, it's larger than a 1 meter squared target, but it is considered a smaller target, yes.
Yeah, well, it's smaller than a freighter, isn't it? Or
yes.
Or a liner. So that's the result there. So that's in the field. If you could turn on to Newcastle International Airport's test.
I was wondering if I could take you to one of the diagrams in that previous report first.
You can, if you want to, yeah.
Can I take you to figure 5?
Figure 5, yeah. So the flying over Pates Hill.
That's right, yes.
Yeah.
Of which there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 turbines that we can see by the black marks and the big right-hand one, which is a blow up of the aircraft passing over it.
Yeah.
And the indication there of the transition of the aircraft from the top left corner through to the right corner passing over the wind farm. And it shows that the existing PSR lost for 12 seconds the plot represented by the blue dots.
Yeah.
And then it says that the red dots, which are the Terma outputs, plotted through there without any misses.
Yeah.
That was their
Brilliant.
result, wasn't it? Okay, so if we now look at that again, and we look in the middle of where it's saying that the whole priming is missing, you'll see 2 red dots at close quarters to each other, which aren't separated by the spacing of all the other dots. Now that to me indicates that there was a false track appeared at that point, which wasn't reported by the report. And also, I'd like to make the point that if that aircraft moved slightly closer towards the radar in that case, the first red dot and the last red dot going through there would have potentially landed in the area of the wind turbine and would not have been detected in that case, which would have resulted in 2 dropped tracks on the thermal radar, which would have then dropped the track from the internal tracker and would have required 3 further updates after that to re-establish that track, which means that in that instance, there would have been a long gap there of 20 seconds. And so that is a real case example of what could have happened. And this is shown that in this instance, it worked quite well. And in most cases, and we're talking low probability here, I'm not saying it's a disastrous event. What I'm saying is that in not all cases will you get exactly everything 100%. Sometimes you will get anomalies where it doesn't quite work as you expect it to do.
Well, a number of points there. You're not right, are you, Mr. Fido, with respect in relation to drop tracks, because the number of consecutive missed detections before a track deleted, that's a configurable parameter. And actually, experience is that you need 3 missed detections before you'll drop a track, not 2.
It all depends on the tracker and how it's set, and sometimes the timer is dynamic, and it could be less than 2 and it could be 3.
Yeah.
So
it isn't right. What you've just said, and it's I'm going to suggest unduly scareworthy to say, well, 2 and you miss a track. That isn't right, because you can configure it that wouldn't be the problem at all. And actually, standard practice dealing with ATCs up and down the country is 3 missed detections is where is what you'd be there before you drop a track. So actually, 2 is scaremongering.
No, it is a standard. It is standard 3 tracks, as you quite rightly say.
Thank you.
And what I'm suggesting here is that there's an opportunity there. This is only 2 turbines in that path. Had it been 3 turbines and done the same thing, there is a possibility that it's not scaremongering. It is fact that these things will happen. There's no doubt about it, you know.
If I may say, the standard practice is 3 missed detections before a track. If that's standard practice, perhaps it would have been helpful to the reporter to report standard practice rather than some sort of worst case which is not likely to happen in the tower. Do you not agree? You can make anything look worse, Mr. If you want to make anything as bad as you want to, of course you can. But we've got to work in the real world, and standard practice would be for 3 missed detections, wouldn't it? I think you've agreed.
Yes, my intention wasn't to mislead or scare them. My intention was to show that in this particular case, a very good result was shown and reported, but it didn't report all of the facts.
Well, there we go.
Which could have changed that output potentially. That's all I'm saying.
But you took me to that document, so there we go. Let's Newcastle International Airport then, CD 01316. Similar drill with this. It's a slightly different format, but the same sort of thing. It tells us where the testing was over Nile. There's the map. It's over the where the flights were. It's using I think a similar plane actually. It is using the same plane. Flight trial results section 6. We can pick it probably up as for my purposes in the executive summary, which is on page 4. The trial results show that the Sanquhar system capable of detecting a small target, that the PA-31, beyond 40 nautical miles, and due to advances in technology, low-level coverage being superior to the operational system, which incidentally I dealt with Nile. That was a Mark only S5111, wasn't it?
Yes, it was an S511.
Yeah, exactly. So when it refers to the superior to the operational system, that was the old an old S511. So the PD that you've got in that table again, you can see high levels of detection, aren't they?
Yeah, varies from 89 point something percent up to 97%. Yeah.
99.5. That's what it goes up to. Yeah.
And down to 89.1.
Yeah. And so Nats, you don't take any issue with the way this trial was done, do you?
No, it's standard sort of things that they do to demonstrate how they work, yes.
Thank you. The term of document, which is next in line, is CDO 13017. It's promotional literature, but actually draws on that performance testing, doesn't it? And the flight trials. It's got internal page 27. It refers to the Edinburgh. So it's internal page 27 and 29. You can see that Terma rely, don't they, on what happened at Edinburgh and Newcastle?
They do, that's correct.
And just out of interest, there's a slide from slide at page 31, which talks about use of the Terma as a primary, rather than just being as a solution, infill solution, as the primary radar, doesn't it? So there's no suggestion that Terma can't be used as a safe PSR.
There's no suggestion that it can't be at all, no.
Thank you. That probably is enough there. I suspect that may be a time for a suitable comfort break. So I'm going to turn to a couple of other topics, if I may, after the break. I've probably got about another 20 minutes, half hour. So if that's convenient, we'll have a break.
Yeah, if that's a convenient.
It's a good time. Yes, it's a good time. I've got 1 eye on the clock. So yeah, it is. Thank you.
Lovely. Okay, well, if we can pause there and we'll recommence at 3 o'clock, please.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Mr. Hardy, when you're ready, you can recommence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've actually consolidated notes, so it's going to be shorter, I think, even than that, and it's going to be a few miscellaneous points because I've got what I need from the cross-examination. The optimization process for Terma. I mean, nobody's saying, Mr. Fido, that this automatically happens. There's a recognition that it's got to be optimized. So I'm not sure what you're saying in or making a point in that, but you deal with the time it takes or the sort of input that's required for that in your internal page 32 of your report. So it's paragraph 1.5.11 subparagraph 19, which is on internal page 32.
Yes.
So just to give a little bit of context to this, this was the optimization in relation to an existing wind farm, and we know from earlier on in that report that this is where the Terma engineer came along, and I think, were you there to witness it? This is one of the examples that you saw.
This was one of the ones I witnessed, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And you get to page 32 and the optimization process described as a manual task. It took the Terma engineer several days to accomplish.
That's right.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm sure that's a very skilled job, and it's one that Terma will do very carefully. That's not a big task, is it? Several days. What's that? Monday to Wednesday?
Yep, could be. Yep.
Right. So we're talking about any costs associated with that optimization process. Do you know how many turbines had to be optimized on this in this example?
I can't remember the exact number, but it was in the order of 20 to 30, that sort of region.
So we've got 12 here. So if it was 2 to 3 days to do that number, we're talking 1 to 2 days then, aren't we?
It doesn't equate quite that simply, I'm afraid. It depends on what the environment finds. It could take less, it could take more. It depends on what's in the environment at the time. It's difficult to quantify it in that way. I'm sorry.
Can we agree this manual task? I'm not holding you to it. We're talking a few days, aren't we? That's outside. It could be as short as 1, might be as long as 3, but it's something of that order.
It could be a few days more, and it all depends on the outcome of that afterwards. And they might have to come back and revisit it if it doesn't work fully the first time. But it's
a Terma engineer come out. Just tell us what happened, Mr. Fido, in terms of that's done on site, is it? You get a Terma engineer, turns up with his Terma shirt on or whatever it is, comes out to site, and he sits and does his work. Is it 1 person, 2 people?
It could be 2 people sometimes. Depends. Yeah.
So 2 engineers from Terma, 1 to 3 days, and they are presumably getting paid to do that in their normal course of work. That is what they are employed to do.
I would imagine that's reasonable.
Okay. So it's not let's agree this. It's not an onerous process. I'm not taking away. It's highly skilled. It's technical, but that's what Terma do. They make radar systems. In terms of what they do, it is not an onerous task, is it, to optimize 12 turbines?
It's not an onerous task in terms of effort, no, but it is quite a task to determine which is the best of the optimizations that they have to go through.
Sorry, I don't understand that answer. That's what they do, isn't it? The engineers will know that. That's what they're doing. Within that 1 to 3 days, whatever it is, they will be optimizing this to a point where Terma are happy, won't they?
Yes, that's correct. Yes. All I was suggesting is depending on the environment, depends on how complex that process is. That's all for them.
All right.
Which ones they choose from, but it's part of their day-to-day business. Yes, that's correct.
Day-to-day business. Thank you. And we do know, don't we, from those questions that were put to Mr. Rees after the end of the Clockery inquiry, if you want to go back to those questions, or indeed I can read it. If you haven't got it open, it was a question we looked at with Mr. Thompson. It's question 6. Does the recommended planned maintenance for the radar require any tasks that are solely related to the presence of wind turbines within radar coverage? And the answer to that was no.
That's correct, yes.
So once Terma have done their job, they optimize this, they're not expecting to come back, are they? That's the fix.
That's the normal expectation, yes.
Thank you. So if you were costing that, I know you haven't put a cost on it, but it's paying Terma for 1 to 3 days of potentially 2 engineers to come out, isn't it? And that's it.
Yeah, that would be in that case, yes.
Well, not in that case, but it would be in our case. In Sanquhar, the actual costs that the report has got in mind here, it's going to be the costs of paying Terma to come out, potentially 2 engineers, 1 to 3 days, sort it out, and they're not coming back. That's the optimization process, isn't it?
And yes, if that's the time that it takes in the particular case, then yes, that would be correct.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Mr. Kirkland, in his report, gave you a sort of pass. He was wanting to pass the ball to you on a number of topics. So ILS, IFPs, and then the aeronautical radio station infrastructure safeguarding. What he says is, I'll leave that to Mr. Fido to cover the matter. Okay. You're a radar man, obviously, and I think these aren't matters for you, are they? Or have you advised the airport in relation to ILS, IFPs, and radio?
IFPs are not at all my area of expertise at all, and I'm not sure that he would have referred to that if he did so.
Well, he does. If you want to go to it, it's on page 22 of his report. So if you want to go to Mr. Kirkland's report.
Sorry, do you have a reference, please?
It is just, I've just got it down as so it's Mr. Kirkland's inquiry report dated 13th of September 2021. If it'll be in the inquiry documents, I'll just get a.
No, I do have it now. That's fine.
Okay, you've got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's internal page 22 of that report.
Okay.
And you'll see, so you've got ILS and then IFPs. You'll see 146. I'll leave Mr. Fido to cover the matter. Perhaps you didn't talk to him, but you're not the person that should have been directed to. Is that right?
Not in terms of IFPs, no.
Right. So that's just wrong. Okay. What about radio? Because again, 147. I shall leave Mr. Fido to cover it. Is that wrong as well?
No, it's not completely wrong. My input here was to draw the attention to the safeguarding process of CAP 670 Gen 02 Appendix A, which refers to the assessment necessary for VHF radios and the potential impact that it might have. And
yeah.
I think
have you been advising the airport in relation to that?
Only in the sense that they need to address that requirement within CAP 670.
Yeah, what I'm really asking is that should have been done before, shouldn't it? And is that an omission that lies at your door, or is it somebody else that's failed to do it?
No, it's not an omission on my part. It's just something that I picked up as we've gone through the process, and I believe it's something that should have been done at an earlier stage.
And it has been done. Is that right?
I'm not aware what the status is, but I know I'm aware that the airport are in the process of addressing the matter.
Yeah. And the IFP report, we know from Mr. Thompson's been done. He didn't know the results of that, but that's coming. You hopefully get that. So probably don't need to take that any. Well, it doesn't sound as you're the right witness, even though Mr. Kirkland was signposting those questions to you. It doesn't sound as though that's the right thing to do. So I'm not going to ask you about it if you don't know. That probably. Let me just check my notes. That may even be it, Mr. Fido. Let me just see. there's the just the table of cost and risk going back. We know we dealt with the fact there's no costings in there. Of course, the proposition that the applicant makes is that none of the well, it goes so far as to say if a condition were to be imposed requiring that, it would be unlawful. But the simpler point outside of planning speak is that those are all future costs. And can we at least accept this, that from the point Mr. Thompson got to, which is that the 3 items of mitigation that are proposed and we'd pay for would get him to a point of being able to remove the objection. Everything after that on that table is in a different category, isn't it? It's of something else. It's future risk, it's future calculation, future kit, whatever else it is. So would you accept the dividing line, the guillotine comes down at the point of those 3 elements of mitigation, which enable Mr. Thompson to take away the objection, and then the airport is arguing for the things after that?
I don't know the total detail of all of that, but from what you say, then I suspect that it is something of that kind of order, that it's risk that's imposed, which is likely to occur going forwards, yes.
Yes, as opposed to the, put it another way in planning speak, a development consuming its own smoke. That's what we're doing. And I think that those 3 elements of mitigation do that. Mr. Thompson agrees with that. Anything after that, we say, not for us. And that's where the point, future risk. And if you're prepared to accept that principle, then I'm not going to take you through the details. That's all I've got for you, Mr. Fido. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Good to speak to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Thank you, Mr. Fido. During the break, Mr. Fido, I was going through my own questions. A lot of them have already been answered, so I won't be keeping you for much longer. I do have a question about the calculation, or your calculation of the probability of detection. So your calculation uses essentially a baseline of 90% probability of detection. Is that correct? Before you then take account of the impact of the development.
That's what I applied in that particular example, yes, sir.
Okay. You've accepted during the course of cross-examination there that I think your words were you have no doubt that in this case this proposal could achieve or exceed 90% probability of detection. I suppose my question is, does that essentially, what does that do for your calculation? Because I suppose the starting point with your calculation of using that 90% baseline is that you can only demonstrate it would meet that minimum, or it would be less than that minimum requirement. So do you stand by that calculation on that basis? You're breaking up a little bit, actually, Mr. Fido. Okay. I've lost Mr. Fido temporarily. Hello there, Mr. Fido. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you again now. You froze for a moment, sorry.
Okay, did you get my full question, or should I repeat it?
If you could repeat it, I think I missed the end part of it.
Okay, it won't be in the same words.
That's fine.
So yes, my question is about whether or not whether I should take your calculation as being valid in this context, where if you're using a starting point of 90%, and the only way the wind farm can impact that minimum is to bring it down, or in a best case situation, it might not affect it. But you've accepted that you have no doubt that it would exceed 90%, or certainly meet 90%. How should I take your calculation in that context?
Well, it's a little bit complicated, and it is quite straightforward, and essentially it's a basic confusion about what the calculation is trying to show. So the probability of detection is the area within which the thermal radar can detect an aircraft without being influenced by the position of the turbine. So in a sense, the real calculation is the probability of resolution of 2 objects. And so what it's saying is that if once the turbines have been mitigated for the clutter effects, an aircraft then passes over that wind farm because there won't be any clutter on the radar screen, it's the probability that the aircraft won't be unable to be resolved from the return that still remains in the radar from the turbine structure. That makes sense. And it's that that would impact the ability of it then to maintain the track as it goes over the top of the wind farm. Yeah. The 90% was just if that was the worst case, which is the baseline of performance required, if that was the case, then it would fall below that, clearly. If the actual probability of detection is greater than that, that is also good. But there's still the probability that you might lose some resolution from time to time, depending on where the aircraft passes over the turbines and in what direction, etc., etc. So it is a very much a worst case scenario, definitely. I'm not suggesting it will be as bad as that at all times, but what we recognise is that at some point that might occur, although the probability of that is probably reasonably low and acceptable to the airport, provided it passes the flight trial test that we expect it to.
And just then, when you said at some point it may occur,
yeah,
are you talking about as part of Sanquhar 2 or as part of future proposals potentially?
Well, it's of any wind farm really. It can apply to any one of them. If an aircraft passes over an existing turbine or a new turbine, and it falls into that area around the turbine where it can't resolve the two, then that will possibly occur. What the impact of that is depending on how many times that happens during a wind farm or doesn't happen, which is why the probability of it actually happening is probably low, but there is a probability that it could happen at some point during the lifetime of that particular wind farm.
Okay, I understand the distinction you're making there. Thank you. You were asked about the lifespan of Terma and the hardware and software kind of compatibility that might be a problem in further down the line in future years. Are you aware, in terms of the essentially, I suppose, the contractual arrangements between Terma and the airport? Are there any guarantees put in place about how long a certain system will be supported for and how long the system that has been procured will be supported for?
I'm not aware of what level of support that's been offered or promised. The contract is primarily through NATS, and NATS being the UK agent for Terma, for the Terma radar. So I'm not aware of that detail, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Fido. I don't have any more questions for you. Mr. Brown, would you like to re-examine the evidence that you've heard?
Thank you, sir. No, I'm content with the stage we've reached.
Okay, thank you. In which case, thank you, Mr. Fido, for your contribution this afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, well, that will bring us shortly to a close for today's proceedings. As we agreed, we'll hear Miss Kilpatrick's evidence tomorrow. So we'll resume again at 9:30 AM for that. Mr. Brown, is there any update, as far as you're aware, on the information that Mr. Thompson was going to provide in terms of the table we spoke about yesterday?
Sorry, sir, if I can just have a moment.
Yeah, sure.
Sir, I understand that the table has been verified by NATS at the moment, so hopefully we should have it for tomorrow morning. It understands that it's required for the purpose of this inquiry.
That's helpful. If that can, as and when that's available, if that could be circulated to parties and also sent to Jane Anderson, the case officer, obviously it's impossible in these situations to pass me something to look at. So that'll be the most efficient way of doing things. If that could be done as soon as it's available, please.
Of course, sir, we'll do that.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other matters arising before we conclude for this afternoon? Mr. Hardy, no? Mr. Brown? No? Okay, in which case, thanks again for your contributions, everybody, and I shall see you all at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.